Hey, everybody. Come on. Come on, sound. Come on, sound. There we go. Okay. This is only half an hour long, so I figured we could watch it. I got up a little too late, so I couldn't do the intro or anything, but...
You never know what it will be. The thing that changes you forever.
Fucking Afrikaans? Are you serious?
The danger no one else sees. Lurking in the shadows. Waiting for its prey.
Shaw took control. There's nothing here.
We have learned. We've prepared. And we won't let it happen again.
Vampire Cop!
A reckoning is coming.
Do we know this series? Hunter, right? Hunter's an old series, or not old, but like...
Learn more about this world premiere and the dangerous art of hunting the supernatural over on Xbox Wire.
World of Darkness. Okay. Okay.
No matter
Yeah.
what we
Vampire
say,
the Masquerade, right.
the
Okay.
choice still has to be yours.
It was on OG Xbox, thank you.
The opposite of the void. How far can memory-type resonators go before its power consumes them?
At worst, this anomaly might be tied to the power of the Thrunodian, too. It seems they're already preparing their next phase.
Even if what I choose ends up making things worse.
Even then, it'll be okay. At least we've tried our best till the end and have no regrets.
No rush. Go see it for yourself.
Someday, we'll meet again.
Cluster cannon ready.
The savior rises.
My scalpel etches your epitaph.
Straight to the stars!
Really? Go after it. I'll handle the rest.
Wuthering Waves. I bet there's a few people who are excited about that. I'm not one of them, but I bet there's a few.
It was like another life. Everything made sense to you.
Oh, you're back already? Right, so you flew in on that?
Now, every voice a tight beam.
Protegen will easily turn this into a massacre if they want.
We need him alive!
Locked on to you. Like a torpedo.
Do not interfere.
The universe never tells us if we did right or wrong.
Yeah, we knew this was gonna be here. They announced this. Beltalowda!
Belongs to Belters. I didn't become a mercenary to run away from my enemies.
Fear festering into hatred. Typical.
Surely a little gun doesn't scare you.
A Trojan horse. Protegen let its own enemies in.
An enemy of my enemy is my friend?
An enemy of my enemy is my enemy's enemy. Oh, really, Corkin? Nice, yeah. No, the Expanse is excellent, man. I loved it.
We have to find our own answer.
The enemy of my enemy is an extra enemy.
The Expanse, Osiris Reborn, is getting a beta. Find out how to get in and what's in store over on Xbox Wire.
I'm writing this from our old cell, my friend. Your departure caused quite the commotion back home. But I'm proud of you for making it out when you got the chance. I've sent this letter to the address I once knew. That empty old farm up in the mountains. Ashen Ridge is a good, humble town with good people in it. Warm, welcoming, but not too inquisitive. I have fond memories of that place. I hope you can make a few of your own. But be wary. You'll reap what you sow. You've always had a knack for figuring things out. That resourcefulness will keep you out of trouble, or land you right in the middle of it. Take an old man's advice. Keep busy, lay low. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Make something of yourself, for yourself, while you still can.
That was a noise.
Oh, man. Looks like we're late for this one, too.
We have to stop getting snacks on the way!
Your little naps aren't helping either.
I get puffy when I don't. But that's beside the point. Let's blast our way out of here before we're cratered next.
Time to get serious.
Serious Sam!
Asshole!
Teleport first. Think never.
Lava golems! If only I had a garden hose.
Brace yourself.
Oh, it's a roguelite?
I'm about to solve everything violently.
Look at that! Another end of the world situation.
Yep. Yep, multiplayer roguelike for Serious Sam Shatterverse, huh? That's what it looks like. Oh, this is the new RGG game that's, yeah, Stranger Than Heaven. There you go. I hesitate to say this looks like Mafia Japan because that's kind of what Yakuza is, but it kind of looks like Mafia Japan. Yeah, this is only 30 minutes. That's why we're watching it. Because that's how long my intro would take anyways, so figured we could do this and then jump into System Shock after I fucking brush my teeth, because I have not brushed my teeth or combed my hair or anything yet. I just got up and was like, oh shit, Xbox, fuck! And just flipped it on. I just threw on a shirt and some deodorant. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Presents a special look at Stranger Than Heaven. Discover more about this special deep dive broadcast on Xbox Wire.
No, that's why I'm wearing the hat right now. That's why I'm wearing my beanie, because my hair is just like out of control. Yes, 25th anniversary remake, Arcadius, yes. Hey, Team Meat, I am available for further commercials if you want to, you know, put me in them and see a real gamer really rage.
Super Meat Boy 3D!
There's nothing to be afraid of.
I'd wake at dawn today.
You know what? I'm gonna take this opportunity to brush my teeth.
One jump at a time.
You're doing great.
Life is about stories. About where we've been. About where we're going. Still as beautiful as I remember. About the people we meet along the way.
Oh, hello, sir. Welcome to Carl's Pumpkin Mart.
Hey! What are you doing to my van?
What does it look like? I'm fixing it.
The things we discover.
Hey, what are you doing out there?
And the things we leave behind.
What?
How will your story end, Alfie?
Is there a past you wish you could rewrite? Loop start.
Okay, that's better.
There's not enough time. It's not over.
Up your arsenal, isn't that trademarked?
I'll change the future. There's still time.
Oh my god.
Oh, sick.
Okay. This song is so good.
I didn't do this.
I feel like you've said that a lot in your life.
Oh, it's coming to Xbox. Okay.
Check out how Dispatch changed the game over at Xbox Wire. Spoiler, they just made all the characters hot.
Thank you, Vincent.
What the hell happened here? Where is everyone?
Yeah, when that rebellion font looked like warriors, yeah.
Adverse weather conditions detected. Wind speeds reaching survival threshold. Seek shelter.
I knew it! It's a bug hunt! Ads. Oh, what a great name. Ads. Fucking ads. Ads coming 2027.
Dive deeper into the tense, volatile atmosphere of Alien Deathstorm in an interview with developer Rebellion over on Xbox Wire.
Listen up, you useless frogs. Your king is hungry and I want my next meal now. You have 15 minutes to get into that sewer and find me some food. So start searching, or I'll eat you instead. Use that sticky tongue of yours to drag back something nice and juicy. For frog's sake, stick together when you get down there. The sewers change every time we go and they're full of dangerous traps and strange creatures. Now what are you waiting for? Move! Next time, I want even more. And then more. And more. And more.
Great, another party animals. That's exactly what my fucking blood pressure needs. Oh my fucking god, it's Bluey! No, I don't know a lot about Bluey. I just know that, like, anybody that I know that's a friend with kids is fucking loves Bluey. Even the parents love Bluey. I'm a grown-ass adult with no kids and I love that show. Really? Hang on.
This story is full of mysteries, like the zone itself. I could never understand why those guys can't just live in peace. The zone has enough to offer without spilling blood over it.
Are we just adding slop to everything now? Like Bluey slop, Stalker slop. This is Alien slop.
I was there. It was night, and it was raining.
Do you call this peace, Veronin? Is this what peace looks like to you? My guys, they let your men in, shared their food, and what did they get in return? According to Section 6, Paragraph B of the D4 Agreement, in case of suspicion regarding one of the parties attacking the other, the affected party has the right to secure and surveil a member of the suspected aggressor.
No one is being taken!
That is my decision to make.
There can be no compromises in this war. We are the ones standing between the zone's plague of filth and ordinary people.
Whichever way we go, we always end up in the same exact spot. That's justice, I suppose. That's the end of D4.
Cost of Hope, coming summer 2026.
Are you ready, Skiff? To discover the price of freedom.
Pumpkinhead?
Uncover the first details that make up Stalker 2's upcoming major expansion on Xbox Wire.
No, dude, it's Aaron Paul, right?
전하께 아뢰옵니다. 선천의 추목이 이미 시들어 죽었사오고 한성 안팎에는 굶어 죽은 백성의 시신이 쌓여가고 있사옵니다. 백성들이 굶주림에 미쳐 이제는 서로의 살을 뜯어먹고 있사옵니다. 살아있는 이가 죽은 이를 잡아먹고 그 죽은 이가 또다시 누군가의 식량이 되옵니다. 식인이 전염병처럼 번지고 있사온데 나라의 기둥이 무너지고 있사옵니다, 전하. 게다가 삼남지방에는 정체를 알 수 없는 무리들이 고을을 불태우고 백성들과 관리들을 무참히 도륙하고 있사옵니다. 바라옵건대 전하, 부디 백성들을 구하여 주소서.
It's K-Slop. I know how you like some sloppy. Musa Dirty Fate. Okay.
The inhabitants of the archipelago had quite a range of ideas about who ultimately would come to save them. But even their gloomiest pessimist could never have imagined they'd be pinning all their hopes on a ridiculous old man. Undoubtedly, he was a spry old fellow for someone so clearly beyond his expiration date. But still, what could anyone honestly expect from a walking fossil? Maybe he'd pester everyone with endless questions, or trace his finger across his maps, which are no less ancient than he. But you'd have to be downright bats to think he'd actually defeat anyone with that funny little cane.
Old man Troidvania. Oh, that's right. Cole played this and he said it was like like the subject matter was super dark. That's why I remember
Of
this.
course, one can blindly hope that certain creatures might rather choose to withdraw, if only out of immense respect for the age-old wisdom of the
No, I didn't play this,
venerable
nah.
reanimated museum exhibit. But most won't be surrendering without a fight.
God, the animation
On
looks
the
fucking
other
awesome.
hand, isn't that how every ancient geezer recounts the story of his life? Dramatic, fantastic, as if every trivial excursion were transformed into a series of trials, and every new day brought inevitable pain. And were this life eternal, there would be no end to the suffering. It's true what they say. Some people get so old, they simply forget to die.
Who says that? Who says that? It's as they say, who's they? I've never heard that before in my life.
Marzir, hasta balna diwin ko nara. Petir mardeshkal.
Andir Edros ko girameltat, ko strila bikan.
This may make me sound ignorant, but are they speaking a real language or a made-up alien language? Does anyone know?
Turan Jakamat. Balna Zipirnin. Abrin del Tirzi.
It's made up? Okay. It's language slop. Titties!
In the name of Hades, let's begin.
Let's see how strong you really are.
I cannot stop Kronos on my own. Will you aid me?
Our power now is yours.
They're going to love this.
Will shine so bright it hurts.
Go kill time, I get it. That's a great one.
Vengeance for my family.
Okay. Oh, it's coming in all the Xboxes.
The critically acclaimed sequel to the godlike roguelike is coming soon to Xbox. Find out more on Xbox Wire.
By the way, I forgot to tell you, it was my daughter and my son's birthday yesterday. They turned 6 yesterday.
Just take care of your little freaking Robo-Zoo and let me do my thing. All of humanity has disappeared. Sound like the biggest missing persons case in the history of the world? Yeah, thank God I'm on the job. Artificial Detective 2-846. Best detective in the world. Only detective in the world.
Fucking Paul Rudd?
All right, I'm gonna solve this case. There's just one piece in the puzzle that's driving me crazy. No touching. You got your toy? These are my toys. I'm a detective, not a babysitter, all right?
type robot.
I got you.
Artificial detective. Ad! That's why they couldn't call the other one Ad. Because they called this one Ad.
Step into the dystopian world of artificial detective.
They're not even hiding
and meet its
anymore.
Creators in
We
a
had
developer
ads, and now we have
interview
Ad.
over on Xbox Wire.
Jeez. Special look at Strangers in Heaven on May 6th and 7th. There you go. Yep. It was a short one, only half an hour. So, all right. I'm just gonna go take a pee real quick, change up the title and all that stuff, and then we'll yeah, it was short, real short. So that's why we watched it, because it was super short. But all right, I'm gonna go. Oh, yeah, close that. Let's see. There we go. Up. Holy shit! There was just an update. I downloaded this yesterday, and there's an update. Weird. Okay. Well, it's like they knew I was gonna play it. All right. Let's see. I will be right back. Enjoy the BRBs. And we'll come back and we'll play some System Shock 2. Oh yeah, enjoying the metal? I hope so. There we go. All right. As a downloader, do you update a lot? I do. Let me thank some people real quick. First, Vincent. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs during the Xbox showcase. To Trade Outlaw, Yeezaris, I'm Drunk, Here's Money, Esiao, and F It All. Those are gifted from Vincent.
Hail Berserkers.
Also, we had OBS Vinny K with 68 months. Thank you, Vinny. All right. You guys ready? Okay, before we begin, I do want to read something to you. I wouldn't ever dream of telling you how to play, but I would recommend you play on easy for the better experience. All changing the difficulty does is make your HP lower and your healing items heal for less, which can be a bit challenging. Of course, do what you wish, but I'll be in chat all day if you have questions or need spoilers. So, I'm just letting you know that Heal Jaldi gave me the green light to play this game on easy. So let's go. I'm ready. I'm fucking excited. Let's do this. And no, for those asking, oh, you know what? I better put that in the title. Not that anybody reads titles, but I have never played this before.
When does chat read? I thought that was the streamer's job to read for us.
Okay. Recommendations. Change ammo swap key. Change quick save and quick load keys, and save often, for the love of God, save often. Cursor mode, inventory mode, and picking up items takes a few minutes to get used to, but it won't take you long. Okay. Controls. Keyboard bindings. Change ammo type. Change the key. Should I shouldn't. B is what you use? Okay. B is fine. Okay. Change quick save. There we go. Alt L, Alt S, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Quick save. Nope. Quick save. Well, it won't do F5. Okay. We'll do... Oh, F1 through F... They're used, huh? I don't see them on the board anywhere. Oh, they're used for psi abilities. Okay, okay. There we go. All right, so they're on opposite sides of the board. Quick save is tilde, and quick load is backspace. So hopefully they're far enough apart I won't fat finger it. What else? There was oh, cursor mode just takes a minute to get used to. Okay, okay. I'm gonna do so many accidental quick saves. No, I won't. I promise you, I won't. Maybe a few, but okay. Game difficulty easy. View Bob amount. Oh my God. How do I change it? Why not use F keys? They wouldn't let me replace them in Genga. I tried F5 and F9. They wouldn't let me replace it. Oh, this is slider. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. Weapon Bob amount. Fuck all of that. I hate head bob and weapon bob. I hate it. I hate it more than I hate motion blur. Controller, okay. Smoothing. That's on controller. Okay, no smoothing on control, on hopefully. Vibration, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Z-Cut.
Okay. That all looks fine to me. There. Turn that up to 69. Dialogue subtitles, yes. Okay. I think we're good. Ready for a new game? Oh. Clickable options in the video menu. Oh, video driver. Vulkan, DirectX. Is Vulkan okay? Does it matter? It's Vulkan by default, so I just leave it on the default, but okay. Vulkan is okay. All right, Prince Ali, thank you for giving a sub to Mia Khalifa. Another one for Mia. And Confetti King, thank you for the 94 months. Okay. Let's do it. New game. Easy. Campaign. Yep. Oh. Yep. Oh, there we go. Got to select it first. And, oh, start game. There we go.
Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone, panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine? In 2072, a rogue artificial intelligence known as Shodan lost her mind. In her limitless imagination,
am I the meanest?
Shodan! Herself as a goddess.
Am I the prettiest? Shodan!
That image was snuffed out by the hacker who created her.
42 years later. Military, science, consumer. Trioptium.
February 3rd is the day the magic happens. The Von Braun, the first starship in history capable of traveling at faster than light speed, will undertake her maiden voyage. This incredible journey is the result of teamwork between the UNN Protectorate and the incredible scientific minds at the newly relicensed Trioptimum Corporation.
Trioptimum.
Imagine being able to travel to distant star systems in a period of weeks. It's all part of Triop's commitment to the future. The Von Braun is packed with over 1.8 billion flight, scientific, and security systems, nearly all developed by Trioptimum and its wholly owned subsidiaries. Providing security for the Von Braun as she plows through the heavens will be the UNN Rickenbacker. At her helm will be no less than Captain William Bedford Diego himself, hero of the Battle of Boston Harbor during the Eastern States Police Action. This incredible union of government and corporation is made possible by an intricate series of docking mechanisms that will allow the Rickenbacker to piggyback its way into jump space. Sleek, fast, revolutionary, Who knows what wonders await our crews in the bosom of the cosmos? All we do know is that it's a great day for mankind.
But wait, something went wrong.
This is Dr. Ruby Delacroix of the UNN Vanton. We've been hijacked by an unknown force. Ship security has been compromised. Do not allow the ship. Repeat, do not allow the ship to leave under any circumstances.
Would you like to know more? Oh, well, shit, here we go.
Welcome to the Ramsey Center UNN recruitment facility. Please watch your step when leaving the train. The grav shafts at the end of the hall will take you to the street-level training and recruitment center. Please proceed to the grav shafts.
Okay, I will. Hold on. Let me make a phone call real quick. Never mind. Well, I'll tell you, Juke. It's right here. That's why.
Step into the grav shafts to proceed to the street-level recruitment center.
Oh, the title hadn't updated for you yet? Okay. Oh, wait. I'm already running and shift slows me down? Well, that's
Before you choose
terrible.
your career, you'll want to learn some basic abilities. First, you should go into the basic training center. When you're done with basic training, proceed to the advanced training area.
Okay. Well, I just keep my pinky off a shift then.
To pick up... Welcome, trainee. While you're in our virtual training courses,
damn it,
we provide you with a simulated cyber interface. This training interface is identical to an actual military-grade cyber interface. Now let's try it out. Currently, you should be able to look around freely. That means you're in shoot mode. Now, press the switch mode button. This puts you in use mode, where you can access your inventory and interact with items in the world. You can also access various MFDs, or multi-function display screens, from within use mode.
Okay.
Open up your character MFD by selecting the body icon located at the bottom of your screen, or by cycling to it within use mode. The character MFD displays your strengths and abilities pertaining to different skills. When you're ready to continue, press the switch mode button to go back to shoot mode. Try changing between use and shoot modes until you get the hang of it. You'll be doing this frequently. Now follow the red path along the ground to the next training station. To pick up an item, first highlight it by centering it in your view. A highlighted item will display brackets around it, showing you that it can be picked up.
Okay.
You can then press the interact button to pick it up, which will automatically place it into your inventory. Open your inventory again by pressing the switch mode button. You can organize items in your inventory by grabbing and moving them within the grid. To drop an item, highlight the item and choose Drop from the Actions menu.
Or I can just drop it like that. Okay. Oh, I just ate it. Okay. Cool. All right. Right click to pick it up. And you said there's a drop button. Just drag it out and drop it like that. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna drink that juice.
To interact with objects like buttons and computers, highlight them by centering them in your view and pressing the Interact button.
Okay.
Similar to items, all usable objects will be highlighted with brackets around them. Go ahead and activate the lift by interacting with the button on the pillar. If you can still see your inventory, it means you're in use mode. You can return to shoot mode by pressing the switch mode button. Oh, it's an okay intangible elevator. All right, just shows you
Switch to flip mode, squad, because flip mode is the greatest.
The item you see here is a med hypo. Pick it up, then open your inventory by pressing the switch mode button.
Right.
Now try pressing the use button on the med hypo to restore some of your missing hit points. Your hit points are represented by the top bar in the lower left corner of your screen. Many items in your inventory can be used by pressing the use button. See
Or
the crate
press
in front
H,
of you?
okay.
You can search crates and other similar containers for items by highlighting it and pressing the interact button. This will display a small container window revealing what is inside of it. To take an item from the container, highlight it and press the take button. This will automatically place
just
that
click it,
item
okay.
in your inventory. To close the container window and return to shoot mode, press the switch mode button.
Yeah.
One of the most important tools you have as a soldier is your personal digital assistant, or PDA. This
I
device
got a
stores
PDA,
audio
y'all.
logs, emails, and other useful information. You can open the PDA by selecting the disk icon located at the bottom of your screen, or by cycling to it within use mode. Now try picking up the audio log item in front of you. The message currently visible on your screen is coming from the audio log you just picked up. You can listen to the most recent log you picked up by pressing the Play Media button. Conveniently, your PDA now contains that audio log, which can be replayed at any time in the logs section. You're also able to reread any email received in the email section. Similarly, as you complete objectives and discover crucial items, the notes section will populate with mission data.
Oh. Ah, there we go. So I go over here, click this guy, and then I have emails, logs, notes, help, topics. Okay. That's the key card. Oh, and that's my stats. Okay. Okay. Vince giving a sub to Co-Carnage, who hasn't subbed me for like 7 months now.
Now it's time to learn about jumping and mantling. To jump, simply press the jump button. Some surfaces can be mantled onto by holding down the jump button. Mantling lets you pull yourself up to ledges and other high places in front of you. Give it a try.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, so you just hold it down. Okay. Just hold it on down. Yeah, I press shift. Alright. Upsy daisy.
To climb a ladder, simply walk into it and look upward.
Ah,
You'll
okay.
automatically start climbing the ladder.
Okay.
You've done well.
Thank you.
Remember, if you're unclear on any aspect of what you've just learned, you can repeat the training as often as you wish.
Okay. Thank you. Vincent, another gifted sub to Overjoyed Android. Welcome back.
If you've completed basic training, you're ready for the advanced lessons provided here.
I am.
Advanced training will familiarize you with the 3 key areas of military service: weapons training, technical training, and psionics training. Approach the Cyberlink booth of your choice to train in that area.
All right, wannabe. If you want to learn the weapon skills it takes, good to have you on board.
Sorry.
You'll notice when you're in the Cyberlink booth, now we'll teach you how to handle a firearm.
God damn, dude!
Pick up a pistol and equip from the
just
table.
stop!
You can equip the weapon by either dragging it into your weapon equip slot on the right side of your inventory, or by selecting equip from the actions menu. To lock and load the ammo clip, hit the reload button. Once you've loaded the firearm, take a shot at the dummy robot by pressing the fire button when in shoot mode. Notice how its health bar gets shorter as you chip away at it.
Oh, okay. So there's no, like, right-click aim for this guy, at least.
Some items need to be charged with energy before they can be used. Pick up the laser pistol. Now, use the recharging station nearby. The recharge station will juice up all your energy-based items. Weapons, batteries, you know.
That robot. That was the one I was supposed to hit. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't, you just click it once and it just goes bloop and the battery refills. Okay. Wow, the sound effects in this game are fucking dynamite. You know what other sound effects are dynamite?
Weapons are not fine wines. They do not get better with age. The colored dot on the lower right corner of the screen tells you what kind of shape your firearm is in. Green is good, red is bad.
Conditions?
Wear and tear. A soldier with maintenance skill can use a maintenance tool
my
to
God.
improve the condition of his weapon. Just pick up the tool.
So this
open
is a
your
5.
inventory, and drag the tool onto your pistol.
Oh my
Remember,
God.
Maintenance tools are only good for a single use.
They have fucking durability. Awesome. Okay, now it's at a 10. Less of an issue since you're likely to go Psy-Mage? Oh yeah. Good.
Good work. Now you're ready for the Marines. Take a look at the other training areas first before you enlist. They might just come in handy.
Inside, we'll teach you the basics of some technical skills you'll need in the Navy.
Okay.
Welcome. You'll notice when you're in the Cyberlink booth, we'll provide you with a temporary cyber interface and the skills you need to accomplish the training tasks. But they'll only last so long as you're in the booth. The object in front of you is a container of nanites. Nanites are consumed whenever you perform technical tasks, such as hacking or repairing.
Okay.
When you pick up the container of nanites, they do not go in your general inventory, but are instead displayed in use mode on the bottom left of your screen. Walk over to
right
the
there.
keypad by the door and try out hacking.
Okay, I will try out some hacking.
Use the keypad by interacting with it. To the right of the number pad, you'll see an orange tab labeled Hack. Select the tab. Text will appear indicating the difficulty of the hack and any bonuses that apply. Select the Start button to begin hacking. You'll see a grid of nodes. Selecting a node will either turn it bright or dark. To successfully hack, you must connect 3 bright nodes in a straight line. Beware the ice nodes with the red outlines. If one of these turns dark, you fail the hack, and you might break the item you're working on, or worse. You can restart your hack attempt at any time by selecting the Reset button, though you'll have to pay the nanite cost again.
Security access compromised. Security access compromised.
Uh-oh. Now, damn it! Oh, it doesn't stay hacked?
Security access compromised. Security
Oh, just not in
access
training. Okay.
compromised.
Okay.
You can use nanites to buy items from replicators. To use a replicator,
Hi there.
interact with it,
Please
then
make your
select the
selection.
item you wish to purchase.
Okay.
If you have the correct amount of nanites for the item, it will drop into the slot below. Make sure you pick up your purchases before you leave.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
So you hack it to get like lower price. Oh, and different stuff apparently.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
All right, my Nana's 244. Okay. Okay.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Welcome to the circus of value. Oh my god, I forgot. This is by the same. I was like, oh, so just like BioShock. Oh right, that's why it's just like BioShock. Because I think it's written by the same dude.
This is a security camera. If a camera spots you, it will raise an alarm and summon security forces to your location. You can either wait out the alarm or access the nearest security computer to stop the alarm immediately.
Okay.
You can also hack security computers to temporarily disable all cameras and turrets in the area. To hack a security computer, Interact with it. Then select the hack button.
Security system offline.
Okay.
You've learned the basics of the technical skills.
Oh, that was easy,
There
okay.
are several other technical skills you'll learn throughout the course of your career, such as repairing items and modifying weapons. The cyber interfaces for these tasks are similar to the hacking interface. Before you enlist in the Navy, try out the other training courses. They'll be useful.
Okay. All right, my favorite, magic.
Inside, you will learn how to reach out with your mind.
Reach out
Do
with
not
your
let
mind.
fear block your path.
I will not fear. Fear is the mind killer.
We've provided you with a virtual interface and the temporary ability to project simulated psionic powers.
Okay.
Once you leave this area, these powers will be lost to you. The bottom bar in the lower left of your screen tells you how many psi points you have. Psi points represent your current ability to use psi powers. Psi hypos will replenish your psi points. Try using a psi hypo and watch your psi points increase.
Watch them increase.
When you've reached your maximum in psi points, move to the next station.
Okay. 92 is my max. Got it.
This psi amp amplifies your psi powers and lets you project them into the real world. To equip it, pick it up and go into use mode. You can either drag the psi amp to the weapons equip slot or press equip from the actions menu. Firing the psi amp activates your currently selected psi discipline. You currently have access to 2 disciplines, cryokinesis and kinetic redirection. Psi disciplines can be switched by pressing the Cycle Powers button, or from within use mode. Later, pressing the weapon setting button will allow you to select Psi disciplines from higher tiers. You can also choose Psi disciplines and tiers in the Psi section of your MFD. Use cryokinesis to destroy the robot, and kinetic redirection to pull that nanite container towards you. Be careful. Holding the fire button can augment the power, but holding it for too long will cause burnout, which will damage you. If you run out of psi points, use another psi hypo.
Okay. What is the... Let's see. We're changing... Yeah, I know I can change the use mode, but I'd rather have it on my, like, I'd rather know what the hotkey is for it. Previous weapon, last weapon, ammo type, weapon setting. It doesn't even fucking tell you here, huh? F1. Oh, F1. F1 will change them. Hold on. There we go. F1 will change them. Oh, so you want to get it in the yellow, but you don't want to go past the yellow. Okay, so yellow's good. Yellow's power. Okay. Okay. Yeah, F2 doesn't work. F1 will swap at least a little bit. But F1, yeah, is the only button that I can, yeah. Oh, F keys cycle through each skill in its tier. Okay, so the F1 is tiered. So these are tier 1 spells. Okay, or psyop things, whatever. Okay. Well, it's not fast. That's for sure. Wow, that lasted way too long. There. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, and that was it.
Mastery of the mind is a slow but rewarding process.
Okay.
Return to this area if you need more guidance. Before you enlist in the OSA, it would be useful to experiment in the other training courses.
OSA! OSA!
Here's where you make your choice, soldier. Here's where you enlist in one of the 3 branches of the military. Once you decide on your branch of service, there's no going back. A shuttle will take you to a UNN orbital space station where you'll receive a briefing regarding your yearly postings. Good luck.
It seems important not to explain what the different fucking branches are. OSA is Psi, Navy is Tech, Marines is Weapon. Okay. Just pick one forever. When is Dan's cameo coming up in System Shock 2? Soon, I think. Do not block. Year 1. Oh, hi. There we are. Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing I can do.
The OSA welcomes you to Orbital Station Chun-Lo. Ready yourself to feel the limitations of your mind slipping away. We will guide your path over the next 4 years. The shuttle bays at the center of the station will ferry you to your next stage of growth. When you've chosen, head into the appropriate shuttle bay. Get ready to learn things you've never imagined.
Perfect. It sounds like I mean, honestly, this is like a line to a ride at Disney World. It's like, oh, you get a little robot here telling you stuff about the ride you're going to go on. Zeke, walk slowly into each door to check the stats offered. Don't just rush in. Okay, sorry. Did I do that? Oh, coming up. Okay. Okay, UNN Career Advisor. Kinetic redirection pulls an object toward you. Psycho-reflective screen protects you for 50% of all combat damage. Psychogenetic cyber affinity increases your cybernetic affinity by 2. Improves chances of successfully using hack, repair, and modify. Side effects are active only when cast. Right. Heal Jolly giving a sub to Mega Civ. Oh, right.
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Shaoling await you. There you will spend a solitary year focused in a meditation on motion and sound, and how they may serve your will.
A whole year? Jesus!
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Runeng await you. A year in meditation on the nature of matter will grant you power over it.
Power over matter. Okay.
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Chulun are modulated for your training. You shall spend a year in contemplation of mass, both yours and that of objects, until you can bend them to your intentions.
Okay. So that's telekinesis.
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Runang await you. A year in meditation on the nature of matter will grant you power over it.
Power over matter? It says in little text above the skills affected.
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Runang await you.
Oh, second tier neural capacity, cryokinesis, and kinetic redirection. Okay.
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Shaoling
cryokinesis, psychogenic cyber affinity.
A solitary year focused in a meditation on motion and sound.
Okay.
And how they may serve your will.
And this one is
the sensory
the
deprivation
psychoreflective screen. Okay. So you get cryokinesis no matter what you do.
You shall spend a year in contemplation of mass, both yours and that of objects, until you can bend them to your intentions.
So I can do a shield, better hacking, or kinetic redirection, pull an object towards you.
The sensory deprivation tanks aboard the TOS Shaoling await you.
Yeah, we'll do this one.
The sensory deprivation tanks.
Yeah, kinetic redirection, which is pull shit towards you.
A year in meditation on the nature
okay, that's
of
what
matter
I want.
will grant
I want to pull
you
shit
power
towards me.
over it.
Pull shit towards me. And I spell. February 15th, 2112. Your year in the tanks of the Runang is finished. Your will has grown. Your mind can freeze your foes in their tracks and pull distant objects to you. These talents will serve you well. Second tier disciplines are now within your grasp. You may now take your skills into the field and pit them against our enemies. You've mastered second tier neural capacity, cryokinesis, and kinetic redirection. Year 2. Man, it took me a whole year to learn basic ice spell? Jesus. Oh, okay, now. Oh, endurance, research, psionic ability. That's what I want. The duration, range, and damage inflicted by psionic disciplines. Okay.
Sifting the thoughts of treachery and disloyalty from the morass of emotion and eternal conflict that fill most mundanes can be
+2 to psionic ability.
You shall spend a year building the general strength of your mind while learning how to probe the thoughts of the less capable without losing yourself.
Probing the thoughts of the less capable so you can control dum-dums. Or at least read their thoughts. Pseudonym, second 55 months. Damn it, Bane's joke of the day. Satan is doing his weekly hell inspection when he finds a man on fire in a sun chair with a pina colada. Asked him, aren't you hot? He said, no, I'm from Phoenix. Rather chilly in here. That was all right. February 2113. Your time of the service OSA Cerebral Chorus reached its end. Your year was mostly peaceful with one major exception. The hired assassin tried to disguise her intentions under a layer of quite explicit daydreams, but you were not deceived. Near the end, you felt the presence of her fading thoughts enter your own mind and then vanish like clearing mist. Year 3. All right, psychogenic agility, increase your agility by 2, neuroreflex dampening, eliminates all weapon kickback, remote electron tampering, makes active alarms timeout faster. Increases your agility. Oh, I can't even look at my agility, huh? Okay. Two deer walk out of a gay bar. The first deer says to the second, man, I can't believe I blew 30 bucks in there. Now that's a good one, Brett Assassin. Nice work. I mean, it seems like increasing your agility would be good.
In the grand scheme, individuals are no more important
+1
than
strength,
pieces
+1
on a
agility,
game board.
+1 cybernetic
Occasionally,
affinity.
It becomes necessary to remove a piece without disturbing the flow of the game.
Run speed!
These
Yes,
removals
run
will be done in
speed!
silence and with complete secrecy. You shall spend a year. Acts of political terrorism and corporate coercion disturb corporate and political stability. You shall spend a year battling these chaotic elements, both psionically and by Many threats to security can only be defeated from inside.
Okay,
Your
so I should
mind
take this
shall
one
be
then.
Carefully blanked and conditioned.
Because this one is
acts of political terrorism
psychogenic
and corporate
agility.
coercion disturb corporate and political
Oh,
stability.
it's a spell,
You
or
shall
it's
spend
a
year
yeah,
battling
a
these
spell you
chaotic
cast to give
elements,
yourself
both
run
psionically
speed.
and by physical force.
Okay, sure, why not? Cyberspell, sorry. Cyberspell. 9 February 2114. You're directed to return to Station 7434A. Your year with the OSA Central Core has reached its conclusion. You learned the ways of lifting secrets from their minds of enemies and disarming their devices. But when it came to time to act, speed, both naturally and mentally enhanced, was critical. You gain 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 cybernetic affinity, and psychogenic agility. Oh. Here we go. William Bedford Diego UNN Rickenbacker. I will join the crew of the Rickenbacker. Get ready to become part of history, soldier.
Shuttle A138, you have clearance for landing on the Von Braun in Shuttle Bay 2. Welcome aboard, soldier.
5 months later, UNN Von Braun near the Tau Ceti 5, 67 trillion miles from Earth. Wait, did something bad happen here? Don't be silly. The Tau Ceti 5 are my favorite Motown group. That was a good one.
Reinitializing memory strings. Restoring patient memory. Restoring memory. Restoring memory.
Storing memory. Error. Error. Error.
Steady yourself, soldier. This is Dr. Janice Polito of the Computer Ops staff of the Von Braun. You're safe for the time being. You're recovering from the effects of surgery and will be unable to remember any of the events of the last few weeks. You're on board the Starship Von Braun and something's gone very, very wrong. Some kind of force has hijacked this ship. That's why you volunteered to be implanted with some experimental cybernetic implants.
Yeah.
Rely on your cyber interface. It just might save your life. You must find an elevator and come up to Deck 4 to meet me. Deck 4. Can you remember that?
Deck 4, I got it.
Keep your eyes open. They're after us both now.
Okay, Deck 4, I'll meet you there. Probably. Eventually.
Watch out. I'm getting strange readings from that radar dish outside the window. It's become unstable due to... Move! Take cover!
Critical decompression hazard in the cryo recovery suite. Evacuate immediately.
Okay. Oh, equip that. There you go. Psionic. Oh, wrench. I got a wrench. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so first things first, we want to pull that thing out of the way. No, or not. Never mind. A broken door. Okay. 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 Oh, you can just scroll mouse to change weapons. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you.
The entire sector is depressurizing and the blue vacuum shield won't last long. Get through a secure airlock before you're sucked into space. Move it!
Many reactions are now cyber enhanced. Your cyber interface supports 2 modes, shoot and use. Shoot mode provides crosshairs and center of the screen. Fire your current weapon at the crosshairs, okay. Pressing the interact button on a nearby object with under your cursor will interact with that object. If it is a button or a machine, you will use it. If it's something you can pick up, it will go in your inventory. You may use it. Enter use mode, hitting the switch mode button. You can use most objects. Okay, yada, yada, yada. Okay.
Access needed.
Oh, okay.
Great. I've got to change the access codes out of Cryo A again. Like I've got nothing better to do. I think Grassy just likes to make work for me. I'll set the new code to 45100.
Oh, 00451. 45100. Your PDA contains every email login. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Hey! What did you do? Get back here! You can't shoot that lady!
Warning. Decompression event imminent. Please move immediately to Cryo Recovery B. Decompression event imminent.
Okay. Yep. That's gonna happen a lot.
Zico.
Oh, it doesn't have... I thought it had durability. Okay, so that doesn't have durability. Like the guns do.
This power cell is dead. There should be a recharger nearby. Just use it and it will recharge all the power-driven devices in your possession. After you've recharged the cell, plug it into the auxiliary power unit. That should open the airlock door. Be quick about it. The vacuum seals won't hold up much longer.
So not melee weapons, just guns have condition.
Good. You've managed to get out before the whole area depressurized. I've just uploaded you some cybernetic modules.
Okay.
You can use them to upgrade your cybernetic rig at the upgrade units in this area. There are 4 types of units in the next room. 1 for each subsystem of your cybernetic gear.
Okay.
Stats, psi, weapons, and tech.
Okay.
But use the modules carefully. They're hard to come by.
Level ups. Okay, got it. Maps. Access maps for a section of level. You enter use mode and press the map button. There it is, right there. Okay. Okay. Mini map. Thank you. God, yes, please. And we'll highlight the room. If you have the spatially aware OS upgrade, the map will also display the areas you have not yet been to. Oh my god. And all enemies in the current sublevel. Your position on the map is indicated by a red pointer. Got it. Many useful common items, such as replicators and upgrade units, are marked on the map. With a key to the icons in the lower left, you can place navigation markers. Drop navigation marker. Yep, mini map. Okay. Okay. The MFD button on the lower right displays controls, or display contains information about your character. It has 4 major areas. Oh, no, not this. Oh, there you go. Stats, tech, combat, and psi. There we go. Holy fucking Jesus. All right. Stats, set, combat, psi. With the exception of the psi screen, these screens are informational only and let you know about your current stats. Okay. Psi area is a bit more complicated. It has 5 tabs representing psi disciplines. Right. 5 tiers. Okay. Wow. Holy fuck, there's a lot of these. Pyrokinesis. Awesome. Okay. We'll look at those later. Okay. The lower left info tab includes a count of how many cybernetic modules, nanites. Yep. Okay. Map button, question mark button. Anything you've researched, test tube icon. Oh, you have to research stuff. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Okay. Yo, Sharon, thank you for the 67 months. Jester Keaton also with 51 before that. Thank you. It's easy though, just an item hunt otherwise. Okay. Stats, psionics, weapons, tech. Oh, I have 8 modules. There we go. 8 modules. Okay. Oops. Let's tab. Quick save. And oh, can I get, if I have enough modules, can I get like whatever I want? Or do I have to get them like, oh no, I can't get any tier 3, but I can get tier 2s. There, okay. Now I have pyrokinesis. Okay. So it seems like a fire spell and a regeneration spell, like a heal spell. Probably would be a good idea, yeah? Damn it. Okay. Oh, I don't... Oh, F2. Ah, there we go. Oh, it's a field around me. Oh, so anything within my field is going to get burned. Okay. Okay. All right, tell you what. Is there something that you suggest I get? Like something that I shouldn't live without? Base stat for now? Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I up my strength a little bit. Okay. And now I have 2 modules left. Psi-wise, it's offensive stuff doesn't have a lot of options. It's mostly buffs and modifications. It's like, so I'm not casting like fireball and shit? Okay. Ocean Chief, thank you for 23 months. Oh, these cost 8. Okay. $10. Okay, so I'm done here. Oh, unless I can get more endurance. Maximum hit points and resistance, radiation, and toxins. Okay, there. Now I've used up all my shits. I got strength and endurance. Oh. So, do I need another one if I already have a wrench and a ball? Do I need another one? Are they the same? No, I don't. Okay. Unless you misplace them. Okay, right. Well, who would do that? That seems stupid. Who would misplace this stuff? Not I. There are 5 tiers of Psi disciplines. You can learn more psionic disciplines by enhancing your Psi skills and upgrade station. Use Psi discipline to equip your Psi amp. Then select the discipline in the Psi MFD or the ammo window. Press the fire button. Oh, damn it. Pressing escape, not tab. Gotta press tab.
Can somebody let me out?
No.
I can't find my card. Please, let me out of here.
Ghosts in the machine. Oh, okay. So if I see something like over there, I just go burp, and I pull it. Okay. I see. Well. Oh well.
Hey Doc, a security bot showed up with orders from you to place this grunt into the recovery freezer. I'm no cyber doc, but I know a plant job when I see one. I suppose you know they outlawed R-grade cyber goodies after that fiasco back on Citadel Station. But hey, I just work here, right?
Right. No one could possibly blame you. You just work here. Computer hacking. Number of devices with security replicators. Each hack attempt costs a specific number of nanites. To try to override these systems, simply select the hack button. This will bring up a hacking screen. Yep. Allow you the opportunity to back out before spending the nanites and attempting to break through system security. Your chance of failing to modify any given square cannot be lowered below 15%. The hacking interface itself will display a grid of squares. Red squares have dangerous ice on them, while cyan squares are safe to hack. If you're unsuccessful at modifying a cyan square, it is darkened. If you are unsuccessful at modifying a red square, You have critically failed the attempt. Critical failure can cause a wide range of bad effects from breakage to activation from security alerts. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, hack skill 1 required. Fuck, why didn't you tell me to get hack skill? That would be in tech, right? Oh, it cost 8 though to get the hack skill. Okay.
Security access compromised. Security access compromised.
Was it worth it? Well, not quite yet, but it will be worth it in the future. If I can't hack anything, that sucks. I'm assuming you're going to be doing that a lot. Of course there'll be a VOD of this. Yeah. You may equip weapons in 2 ways. First, you may move a weapon in your weapon. Second, you may select equip from your actions menu. For that equip, you can also use the quick menu to assign weapons and side disciplines to certain button press. Oh my god! Simply hold down the quick menu button. Oh my god, the quick menu button. That'll be great. Armored implants may only be equipped by moving them onto the appropriate slot. Okay. What is the fucking quick menu button? No, where is it? Is it? No, it's not just right click. You can also use the quick menu to assign weapons and side disciplines to a certain button press. Simply hold down the quick menu button like a radial, yeah. And press the corresponding button. Well, I got one equipped. No, I'm guessing there's a radial menu or something like that. But I press 1 and I equip the wrench. And I can use the scroll wheel to switch weapons. Key card. Okay.
Can somebody let me out? I can't find my card. Please, let me out of here.
Oh, okay. Okay, to hotkey your abilities, you need to go into the menu where it shows your skills. Yeah. Okay. Well, I can do this. I can do the F1. Well, as soon as I have my thing up, I can do F1 and change abilities. And then F2. I don't have any F2 abilities right at the moment. So F1, I can cycle through my abilities, but the hotkey for bringing up the wrench is 1, but there's no hotkey for bringing up the Cyball.
Well done. I'm uploading some more modules.
Security system offline.
Okay. Security system is now offline. Oh, hack skill 2 required for that one. Okay.
Why is it that no one listens to me? The security protocols on the Xerxes system are clearly immature. Some idiot hacked into the primary data loop last night and made Xerxes sing Elvis Presley songs for 3 hours. I finally had to pull the voice subsystem offline. What would happen if someone with a real agenda got into him?
Come on to Quarks. Quarks is fun. Come on now, don't walk, run.
Damn. The power outage has also taken out access to this bulkhead. It's the only way to get to the medical subsection. Pick up the battery from the floor and find a recharger. The one you used before is in hard vacuum now, I'm afraid, but there should be another one on this deck. Once you get the battery recharged, place it in the auxiliary override.
Marie, I've got to restrict access to engineering until we can figure out what to do down there. It's just too hot. I don't know where all the hazard suits went, so I'm reduced to bringing down an armful of rad hypos. Those damn things always give me a headache.
Yeah, energy weapons, blah, blah, blah. Yep, I got that one. Okay, so I need to recharge this somewhere. And... oh, there's one through here. Oh my god, oh fuck me.
Called up around 0430 to help unload the shuttle coming back from Tau Ceti. Kerenskin was there alone. Jesus, what the hell happened to him? He'd lost most of his hair, and you could see these lumps on the side of his neck. And that smell. I told him he should go see Dr. Watts, but he told me to mind my own business. Well, la-dee-da.
Well, la-dee-da. So your inventory is going to get filled up real quick, huh? Some things stack though, right? They do. Okay, good. All right. Can I... wow, the fucking vaulting is fucking weird.
Security system online.
Okay, so it tells you when the security system goes back online. Okay.
On most decks, you'll find a quantum bioreconstruction device. Xerxes shut them all down, but I've discreetly put them back online. You'll need to interface with each machine locally to provide a quantum entanglement sample. Once you do that, the device will be able to rebuild your body essentially from scratch.
Teleporter.
It's not pleasant.
Oh, Vita Chamber.
To slow decomposition.
So, oh, checkpoint. So this is where I will like reconstitute when I die. Xerxes Insecurity. The onboard security system is controlled by Xerxes, the ship's computer. It is a security camera. If a security camera spots you, it will sound the alarm. Security force will rush to find you. A camera that has not yet spotted you will display a green light. As it becomes alert to your presence, the light will change from green to yellow and then to red. You should make sure to either destroy security cameras before they turn red or hack into security computers to temporarily disable them. If the alarm does go off, you can terminate it by using a security computer.
This is Xerxes.
Oh my god, that's
Please
Xerxes.
report any unauthorized database interactions to your direct superior. Remember, a smooth operation is everybody's responsibility.
Someone's hacked into this thing again. I'm gonna tell Delacroix.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Hack skill 3 required. Okay. Okay. Cost 6. Okay.
Security system offline.
Okay. When you have a weapon, you see the ammo. Okay, I think I get that.
I've been unable to get in touch with Delacroix. This place is falling apart. Members of my team keep disappearing. The leaks in the venting shaft shorted out the primary access channel, and that means we'll all be on auxiliary power until we can get it back up. That means all the lifts are out. Marie, where the hell are you?
Indeed, Marie, where are you?
Xerxes has control of the ship's security system. Avoid or destroy any security cameras you see. You can hack security computers to power down the cameras too, if you're good enough. But don't botch the job, or you'll set off the alarm yourself.
Okay, I can destroy him with magic. Good.
Is useless to me.
Access needed.
Okay. Having fun thus far. It's a lot of information right away, but once you get all that shit out of the way, then I'm sure it's better. I'm sure it's a lot. Games with a lot of fucking stats and technical shit are slow going to begin, but once you get a handle on what you want to do and the build you want to make, then it'll become easier.
Xerxes has shut down the elevator as well. You can transfer power at the engine core on Deck 1, which will get the elevator up and running again. But you can't use the elevator to get down there. Wait. There's some kind of maintenance access right on this hallway. You can... Each deck has a chemical storeroom where you can find the resources you need to research the artifacts you'll find around the ship. Don't try to carry around all the chemicals at once. It's impractical and unnecessary. Your research software will tell you what chemicals it needs, and when.
Okay, so C for chemicals. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's an inventory list. Okay. Item requires standard of 1? I don't know what that means. Means I can't use it? Not yet, okay. There we go. Aha, okay. So you can unload the gun and put it in and okay. All right. So don't worry about these right now. Too much to carry.
Security system online.
Querying items. Most inventory items can be queried by either using the question mark icon While in use mode or by using query from the actions menu, whatever the fucking actions menu is. This will bring up an MFD that gives detailed information on that object. Well, fuck. What up, Crablo? Oops. Numerous times of ammo for most weapons, assault rifle, blah blah blah. Yeah, you can switch ammo for whoever you're fighting, right? Oh, save. Thank you.
This is Xerxes. Remember, the unauthorized usage of firearms aboard the Von Braun is a Class 3 infraction. This is Xerxes. Remember, the unauthorized usage of firearms aboard the Von Braun is a Class 3 infraction.
Okay.
This is Xerxes. Remember, the unauthorized usage of firearms aboard the Von Braun is a Class 3.
I saw hack turret come up and I'm not like...
This is Xerxes. Remember, the unauthorized usage of firearms aboard the Von Braun is a Class 3 infraction.
Oh, it takes 3 hacking? Okay. Oh, modules. Those are the most valuable thing in the game, aren't they? Okay, so now I've recharged that battery, and now I need to remember where the fuck it went. Oh, there's a ladder. What? That sounds like a camera. Oh, there is. Oh, there it is.
Threat detected.
Oopsies.
Potential threat detected.
Soda pop. What the fuck? What the fuck is that little thing? I hate him. I hate him already. H. Yep, you're right. H to use the thing. To use the healing. God, I just want a fucking security terminal. I can turn off this stupid alarm. I only got 13 seconds, but Jesus.
Security alert terminated.
Thank you. All right, let's see. One HP. Bottle of vodka. Oh, it takes away my fucking magic points. Okay. I need lots of psi hypos then. Okay. I cannot use a potted plant. I can use chips. And yeah, I don't want, no. I don't want none of that. None of that. No alcohol. Brawn boost implant. What is this? Is this a temporary thing or is it a permanent thing? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Question mark on this. There we go. Cryogon implant increases user strength by 1, burning up 1% of its charge every 10 seconds. The implant acts to circumvent many of the legal restrictions on athletes. Okay. So it's 1% for 1,000 seconds. Or 1 strength for 1,000 seconds. So it's like a potion.
Ever since we reached Tau Ceti, the lab monkeys have been acting strangely. Nurse Lesser picked one out of a cage to be brought in for vivisection, and the rest of them, I mean the entire group, stood up on their legs and howled. This wasn't just a random display. It was a protest.
Okay. Well, it's an implant that only lasts for, like, so long, right? It's an implant that lasts, that will eventually go away. It's not a permanent +1 strength. That was my contention. Oh, you can recharge it at power stations. Oh, okay. Oh, right there. I see. There's a little fucking slot for it. Okay. Research software module. Version 1 research software equipped. Fucking good. Good. I think. Wow, getting that hacking level up seems kind of important. Research the meat. Okay. Item requires a research skill of 1 to be researched. Okay. I don't have that. Yeah, so I don't have the brain power for that apparently, or the stats needed. Not yet. Yeah. Okay, let me get out of here. Gotta find that.
Something. I'm sorry.
Security system offline.
Oh no, that's the Vita chamber. Okay. Oh, there it is right there. There we go.
Well done. I'm uploading some more modules.
Okay. Okay, game save. There we go. Okay. So now I'm in a whole new area.
Good. You've managed to get into Med. Now find Grassi and get the keycard to the crew sector. He's the one who monitored your cryo sleep, so he might be interested in joining you. If he hasn't been butchered yet.
Access cards. Dormant require access cards. Any key card that you pick up with particular permissions, distinct, blah, 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 then you will automatically use the correct key card. If you do not have the relevant access, yeah, I got it. I know how video games work, sort of. When you use normal power, overload, right? Okay, so don't burn out. Yep, hit the yellow box, got it. Oh shit, the surgical unit, let's go. New refresh station. Beautiful. That's a hard save.
You might witness some strange phenomena. Your R-grade cyber rig has an experimental perception enhancement that can theoretically detect residual psychic emanations. These emanations traditionally come from the recently dead. Literature might call them ghosts. I call them self-hypnotic defects in the R-grade unit. Don't let it distract you from the job at hand.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected.
Oh my god! Fucking camera over there, fuck me. These goddamn fucking psychic monkeys. Sometimes areas are dangerous due to radiation. When you enter areas ready to hear a warning. Radiation bar will appear on your screen, which fills up, blah, blah, blah. Yep, okay, got it.
Xerxes, why do you persist in your loneliness?
Ah! Fucking security is a fucking bitch, man. Oh, they gave these fucking zombies guns, or these infected guns.
Security alert terminated.
Terrible broken gun. Okay. Oh shit.
Radiation hazard.
Since returning from the surface of Tau Ceti 5, the patient has experienced numerous novel phenomena, evidenced by inflammatory nodular growth and the presence of a large worm-like parasite. This morning, the parasite penetrated the subject's chest from the...
Hey Doc, a security bot showed up with orders from you to place this grunt into the recovery freezer. I'm no cyber doc, but I know a plant job when I see one. I suppose you know they outlawed...
How do I now go back to the fucking log I was just on?
But hey, I just work here, right?
These buttons, they do nothing!
Great. I've got to change the access codes out of Cryo A again.
These buttons do nothing!
Better to do. I think Grassy just likes to make work for me. I'll set the new code to 45100. That should be easy enough to remember.
Where is... Okay. Is the most recent one at the bottom?
Since returning from the service of Tau
okay.
Ceti 5, the patient has experienced numerous novel phenomena, evidenced by inflammatory nodular growth and the presence of a large worm-like parasite.
Okay. Yo, Vincent, thank you for giving us something. Hear no evil, speak no evil.
From the inside.
And Binary Viking with 63 months, thank you.
The subject's forehead. If I remove it, it could kill the kid. If I leave it... Final diagnosis beats the hell out of me. I'd love to refer this to Medorsky at CDC, but unfortunately he's 67 trillion miles away.
Oh, damn it. Goddamn Medorsky! Also, Strider giving a sub to Hugh Mungas. Thank you for that as well.
Radiation hazard.
Okay, so there was nothing else in here. I'll just get out of here. I'll just leave. Now, is there a reliable way to refill your psi points? Besides, I mean, other than like, you know, the jabby jab, you know, like there was that healing bench. Hack a vending machine. So there's nothing like this anywhere for psi points.
Access needed.
Intruder entering Medical Sector A. Intruder, the Many demands to know your intentions. Are you allied with her? Do you not know of her intentions, of her history? She once tried to destroy your species, and now you do her bidding. Intruder entering Medical Sector A.
Weapon quality tends to degrade with use. The maintenance skill allows you to actively improve the condition of a weapon by using the maintenance tool on it. Right. Right, we knew that. We knew that. Wow, that door really splattered somebody. Modules.
I can't raise anybody down in engineering. With the lifts out, I'll need to get down there through the emergency conduit in the Psi Annex. I think the access code is in Watts' lab.
Most such may be used to heal you all damage. Beware that these keys are not easy to locate. Okay, you need an activation key to use one. Okay. 5 nanites used in healing. Oh, okay. Fuck, fuckity fuck. That's right, Wax. It's good to see you for however long. No, please stop doing that. Redundant software not installed. Okay. I don't know. Still don't know what that is.
Angela, while it may appear that the lab monkeys are communicating with each other, I assure you it's quite impossible. You claim that one monkey signed the passcode for a supply closet to another, and the latter proceeded to open it. As I'm sure you know, there have literally been tens of thousands of studies of primate intelligence, and there's no evidence of behavior even remotely that sophisticated. So either you've single-handedly trumped the entire field of animal behaviorists, or you're badly in need of a vacation.
Okay. Okay, nothing here. Oh, the one is like, okay, it shows you where the levels go down. All right. Nope, not that way. That's where I came in.
Power drained.
Oh, power drain of my strength. Armor can have both protection damage. Okay, combat armor comes through varieties light, medium, heavy. Increasing amounts of strength required to equip. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Redundant software not installed. Okay, good. Psi hypo. Oh my god, psi hypos are going to be so important to me. Okay, so they heal 20. Got it. Yo, Joe. Oh. Damn it!
Threat detected.
Fucking saw me.
Threat detected.
What is a drop of rain compared to the strength of the storm?
What is a thought compared to a mind?
Our unity is full of wonder.
It is full of wonders which your tiny individualism cannot even conceive.
Security alert terminated.
Well, now what the fuck do I do?
Security system offline.
Okay. Deck crew access card. Ah!
I'm uploading some more modules.
She's uploading modules. What does that even fucking mean?
Patient Watson died at 0240 of non-specific causes. Despite zero respiratory and brain function, the body is still displaying autonomous motor function, as does the parasite. At 0847, the patient even spoke to one of the nurses.
Level up points,
Autopsy
okay.
is set for 1630, and then we'll see what makes this Lazarus tick.
Do I have to go back to that little, that like four-sided thing to like use these points? Is that what those are? The same things I've been picking up she gives me?
Potential threat.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Security alert terminated. Security system offline.
Okay. So you can just end an alert by just hitting one of those security stations then. Okay. I want to go to not the replicator. Upgrade unit. I want to go to U if there's a U somewhere. Oh, there we go. Right there. I want to go here. Lower level, so I got to go down. Right here. Fucking yeah, let's go. That hurt a little bit. Makes active alarms time out faster. All right, hold on. Before I do anything, the ice beam is doing pretty all right with me. Maybe I should just get one standard. Oh my god, it costs 10. Fuck's sake. I should get research, right? So I can start researching these, like the brain and the fucking shit. Oh, it costs 10 for unlocking the tier, but it would be cheaper from 1 to 2. Oh, okay. I can't. I want to do research 1. And get this, but I'm 1 shy. I'm 1 shy from getting fucking bullshit. All right, research. Got it. Okay, now, let's see. Okay. Looks like a brain, except it's smaller and chemicals need to research. Tech. It'll be tech, right? Oh, okay. But I need chemicals to research, so I gotta go to the chemical room. Okay.
Security system online.
Projected pyrokinesis. That's what I want. Okay. So in order to get to tier 3, I need to up one of my stats, right? I'm guessing. My psi stat. There you go. So I need to get 12 to upgrade the psi stat so I can use tier 3 shit.
Chemical needed.
Fermium. Okay. Does that mean... the research is stopped until I have fermium. Upping psi also makes spells cheaper. That's cool. All right. Chemical room, the C. C for chemicals. So just go straight ahead and hang a right. Too far. Oh, there we go. Okay. Man, the chemical room fucking music is awesome. It just sucks that everything takes forever. Because I've got two researchers thing. You'll never guess which brothers made it. Oh, the Chemical Brothers? No shit. They did the soundtrack for this? That's awesome. And I've got one more thing to research too. Oh, this sucks. There's so much back and forth in this. Can I see what chemical this is going to need? I bet I can as soon as this one's done. Any charging stations nearby? Yes. Let's see. Oh, charging stations aren't shown on the map. Oh, yeah, there is lightning right there. Recharge station. Okay. So we gotta go. Fucking hell. How do I even get there? This way. Down this hallway, up through there. Sheesh.
Access needed.
Seriously?
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Oh, hack 3 of required? God damn it.
Research complete. Thank you for choosing value rep.
Wow. That hypo was fucking expensive. Oh, okay. Item researched. There we go. Monkey brain. You've learned how to best target the monkeys. Maximum damage. All damage you deal to monkeys will be increased by 25%. Oh, good. Oh, so it just helps you. Okay. It helps you kill the enemies that you get them from better. Okay. Chemicals need to research none on that one. Okay. So is there any reason to keep the monkey brain or the kidney-shaped organs after you research them? You just throw them on the ground? Toss the brains, okay. Nice. Keep the monkey brain so you can chill it and eat it for dessert? Yeah. So I toss it on the ground!
Research complete.
You've learned how to best target the hybrid for maximum damage. All damage you deal will be increased by 25%. Okay. Nope. That is not what I wanted. Thank you. Okay. Okay. And now I've researched both things, so I don't need any chemicals. I guess I just go back. I thought I had a key card. What? Fucking what is this? Swine keeper installed. Corn attracts swine. Don't step on corn. Flag the corn. Oh my god, it's fucking Minesweeper. Dude. Dude. So, hold on. I cannot get to this recharge station because it's behind this. Yeah, nothing over here I can get to yet because it's behind a keycard wall. But I picked up a keycard, but it must not just be to that then. Oh, right. The elevator's offline. Let's save. There it is. Oh, okay, I gotta go up there. Okay. This game had mini games before it was cool. Oh, that's not an elevator. That's a fucking revive station. Oh, that's a recharge station. Okay. Oh! Fucking fuck this. Like a rat in a maze! Like a rat in a maze! There it is. Oh, fucking ladders on the side of the fucking thing. Ugh, one of these days I'll remember. Oh, that thing looks terrifying. Oh yeah, look at that awful fucking thing. That thing is going to destroy my fucking ass. Oh, there we go. Why isn't this marked? This should definitely be marked on your map. This should be marked as the exit. This is an important thing to remember or to have marked. There should be just like fucking something. Okay. Anyways. Drop your weapon. You have 20 seconds to comply. No, don't go in there. Nope, okay. I got the key card from there. And I want to use it right there. Okay, I see it. I think I see it. It was... Yeah, right here. Here we go. Bingo.
Good. You've made it into the crew sector. Now find Dr. Watt's room.
Oh, it's a programmable fucking thing. Picture frame. What do I do with the magazine? Is the can I read the magazine, or do I just, is it just fucking decoration? I'm trying to inspect it. I can't inspect it. I can't right click on it to inspect it. Oh, maybe I question mark it? There we go. Okay. Is there not a button that I can press while I'm hovering over it to do that? Is there not like a inspect thing so I don't have to drag the question mark every time? Giard with 13 months. Thank you, Giard. A high-color journal covering the artificial personality circuit features articles discussing synthetic talk shows, aggregate personalities developed as corporate spokesmen, and low-budget personality tailoring that can be done at home. Thanks. Well, that's what I did.
We have picked up a transmission from the surface of Tau Ceti 5. I've been in negotiation with Captain Diego of the Rickenbacker, and after some coercion, he's agreed to go planetside as a joint venture. Imagine, this historic mission might even become more historic. First contact. And who is there to get exclusive rights to all media, patents, and land grants? Trioptimum. Miri, I told you this would be worth it.
Oh, Miri. Oh, this one. Okay. Grenade launcher picked up, huh? I don't know if I want to keep that, but takes up a lot of room.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Yep, always be saving. I don't want to go in there yet. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. All right, we're good. All right. I cannot hack that. I need a hack level 3 of hacking it. There's some, it's kind of a kick in the balls that it's like, you do 25% more damage to these guys. It still takes 2 hits though. Oh, here's some upgradies.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Version 1 hacking software. I'm saving.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Choosing value rep.
So does that just up my hacking skill?
Hi there. Please make your selection.
But it kind of increases your deftness when hacking. Oh, okay. I honestly thought that was just like a skill up point, but Are those even worth getting? I can't hack it. I'm not level 2 yet. Software upgrades are good. Okay. Nanites are the coin of the realm on board. Nanites are used for both purchasing items and replicators. Yep. I get it. Oh, the next hack is 6 and I have 5 modules. Okay. Fucking escape. It's tab. Every time it's tab. Very popular among protocol droids and their programmers is an eclectic combination of technical information and interior design. Some articles are written wholly in byte-compiled code format, easily readable by droids, but many human programmers consider it a mark of competence to be able to read those articles without the software assistance. Every time. The Mint-O-Matic button infuses your smoke with a menthol eucalyptus mint blend. Oh, the button, we have those now, the little beads inside the cigarettes. The kicker button adds flavor-rich double dose of tar, nicotine, and other carbon compounds. The self-cleaning coats your cigarette with a layer of smoke depositing nanotech. As my testimony indicated the last time I stood in the committee, there is still no clear evidence that cigarette smoking is proven to be harmful to the health of the smoker. Jack M. Sutton. Uplift Tobacco. Nice. Speaking of steaks, how long have you gone without? It'll be a year in June. So 9 months, I want to say. All right, let's see what they do. They give me 1 mana and take away 1 health, of course. Of course they do. You can see the fucking what's it called? The fingerprints or the DNA of BioShock in all of this stuff with all the, the shit that you pick up and that you can use. Oh my God. Choose 1 upgrade for free? 20% benefit from all hypos. 3 extra inventory slots. Movement speed increase. Sharpshooter. One-time bonus of 20 cyber upgrade modules. That seems hard to pass up. Cybernetic allows the use of 2 implants. Maximum HP. Hand. Plus 2 hacking skill. Invisibility to robots when security is hacked. That's neat. Smasher. You can extract diagnose information for robots. Oh, use it to heal. Okay. Replicators are 20% easier to hack. Okay. Sonic burnout. What modifications? Spatial auto map displays the position of all enemies. Ooh, how many of these are there? There can't be that many of them. There are 4 of them. Jesus, in the entire fucking game, there are 4 of them. Holy shit. Okay, my gut says grab these. Grab the upgrade modules, because you can spread them out and use them on all kinds of stuff. Is that a bad option? I was thinking modules great for early game, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm not using... I'm gonna try and do Cyber Wizard. That's gonna be my thing, is Cyber Wizard. So I have 25 modules now. Oh my god, I see. I need 25 to get to level 3. Oh. That's where they get you. That's where they get you. Okay, hack level 3 now. So I should be able to...
Hi there. Please make your
Oh,
selection.
you bet I can. Okay. Weapons. Stats. I should get stats. Where's my stats? Where's the stats one? Stats. There we go. The duration, range, and damage inflicted by psionic disciplines can be dependent on psi. Improves your chances to hack. Well, I better get this. There we go. Get that. And then... maybe save the points for eventually upgrading. Psionic to level 3, Jesus. So in order to get the fireball spell, I need 31. Oh my God, 31 modules. Holy fuck. All right. A lot of Cybos can be used for other stats. Oh, I get it, Mega. But I'm not using my other stats. I'm using my psi. My size. That's all I'm using. So I'm gonna save these guys. Hold on. Did they give me? They didn't give me a code for that, did they? Oh, there we go.
Security system. Goddamn Bronson and her stupid procedures. She's changed the code on the MedSci 2 sub-armory again. Now I've got to head back up to Deck 4 to find out what it is. Somebody's gonna frag her but good someday.
Oh, you can buff other stats. Yeah. Oh, that's too big. Yeah, a lot of Cybos can be used for the other stats. I get it, not other skills. Forgive me.
Security system. Goddamn Bronson and her stupid procedures.
Oh, that was in the message. I thought I alerted them.
Again. Now I've got to head back up to Deck 4 to find out what it is. Somebody's gonna frag her but good someday.
Deck 4. Deck 4. Uppies. Uppies to Deck 4. Oh, okay. I just haven't gone this way. I haven't gone this way.
Security forces have been alerted to your presence.
Again?
The glory of the many demands your capture or destruction.
Wow, you're incredible. Do you know that? I made this game where I tried not to make myself think about you. What a moron. I love you, Rebecca, and I've got the plan.
I've been buttering up the captain to transfer me from the Rickenbacker to the Goodwill team on the Von Braun. Pretty soon, nothing will keep us apart.
Oh, 6. Hack skill of 6 for Game Pig. I want to put a hat on. Can I put a hat on? How can I put a hat on? Be cool and wear it backwards. I would. I did. I wore a backwards hat for years.
This is Xerxes. Remember, replicator restrictions are in place for the good of all of us. All unauthorized database interactions will be dealt with to the utmost degree of the law.
Marie, I'm sorry I've been out of touch, but I've been working on that artifact Bayliss brought back from Tau City 5. I've done a level 3 analysis on it. I think it's some kind of artificial intelligence. I've managed to pull an audio tag file out of its memory. I'll let you be the judge.
That sounds fun.
Marie, I think it's speaking English.
Okay. What a lovely noise you've discovered. We're the Wet Bandits. Get it? Who's that? Gray Elvis, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Hail, Berserker.
Thank you so much. No more ads for you. No, 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 no. No. Eat shit, camera. Maintenance droid traffic area. Keep clear. Oh, maintenance droid. Oh, no. Those guys gonna push my dude in.
Watts isn't here, so he's probably in his office in the R&D sector.
What?
Maybe he's got a backup R&D card in here. Take a look around.
Yeah, R&D sector access key card. And another copy of Game Pig.
Good work. Here are some more cyber modules.
Thank you.
Spend them wisely. They're not easy to locate.
I've got 12 now. I need 13 more for the next tier, plus 6 for Fireball. Fireball! Yeah, cyber modules are like crack, dude. All right.
Rubber ducky spaceship jizz storm. Yes, that's what love is all about. Rubber ducks and jizz storms.
What is a drop of rain compared to the storm? What is a thought compared to a mind? Our unity is full of wonder, which your tiny individualism cannot even conceive. Glory to the many. I am a voice in their choir.
Proximity grenade rounds, huh? Whoa. Is this? Yep, okay. Password required. Log on. Booyah! I'm so glad I got those hacked. Jesus Christ.
Potential.
No!
Detected. Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated. Security system offline.
Okay, those guys are one shot now, which is nice. Suit of light combat armor. Suit of light combat armor. Okay, so I don't need another one then. What's the deal with the med kits? Is it just a full heal? Okay. Yep. Oh, the the medical benches that full heal you. Okay. I got a mug! I found a mug, guys! Widely speculative low-budget magazine which covers subjects Are They Among Us? To pros and cons of silicate genetics. The only things more amusing than the articles are the letters to the editor published at the front. I don't need a mug. I don't need a mug. As much as I'd like one, I just don't have room for a mug. Okay. So let's get out of here. We're done with this area. For now, I guess. And we'll go... Does it show my key cards anywhere? Because I want to know what that key card says, like what it's to. I think I need to, yeah. Okay. The turd is moving. His name is Zeke. There's a key card button in your inventory. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's it. All right. The R&D sector. I'm in medical.
Security system online.
I'm probably not gonna pick those up anymore. R&D, there, yep, right here. Okay, so I do need to go back down. And I need to go to this door right there. He did once for this game, was super cool. That sounds super cool. He's a great artist, man. Oh, those are the... Oh, I didn't even see that.
These missions should have been scrubbed before it left Earth. We've been unable to contain the reactant coolant leaks on Deck 1. I've put an order requiring hazard suits down there. I know you think this will cause a panic, but it's better than giving everybody radiation sickness, don't you think?
Hazard suits, okay. So I need hazard suit.
Hi there.
Hi.
Please make your selection.
How are you doing? Good?
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Reinitialized.
It didn't make them a lot cheaper. It made them about, what, 20 bucks cheaper? 19? So with the hack that costs 5, it's 14 bucks cheaper.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Thanks.
Dr. Watts is alive and in his office. He should know the code to the maintenance access shaft. Hurry! He's been badly wounded.
Potential
Don't let
threat
him die
detected.
before he tells you
Potential
that number.
threat detected. Security alert terminated. Security system terminated.
Those are some big fucking scratches. All right, let me ask you a question, guys. Can I sell anything ever? 'Cause there's some stuff that I'm keeping just to sell, like maybe I can sell it later. Nope. Okay. There's a recycler. Okay, that's what I like. There's 90 amount on Deck 3 that you can turn items into nanites. Okay. But only single cell items. Oh, so you mean like soda cans, Game Pig, like none of these. Magazines, etc. Okay, okay. Loser, no, nothing, fix it all device. Oh, repair skill 2 required? Okay, no. I'm never gonna do that. Maintain this weapon requires a skill of 1. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, yes. Recharger.
Anatoly, there's only so much corporate calisthenics I can go through before I start to feel a little queasy, so let's get down to brass tacks here.
Corporate calisthenics, I love it.
We like each other. We each have our own motivations for undertaking this mission, so let me give you a little warning. I cannot be circumvented. I cannot be tricked. I cannot be manipulated. And I cannot be bought. You come at me straight and keep the fancy maneuvers for your next board meeting. Just because my father swam with the sharks doesn't mean that I do.
Yeah, vault? No. An average shotgun. Why not? Requires standard of 3. Let's get down to practice. Brass tacks. How much for the 8? A speed booster. Oh. Oh, that was my last fucking money. Shit.
Security system online.
So I'm fucked, huh?
Potential threat detected.
Okay.
Potential threat.
No, I didn't want to do that.
Security system offline.
Okay.
You have not disappointed me. Transmitting cybernetic models.
Yes, how much? Lots? I have 16 now. Okay, we're getting better. We're getting closer. Almost getting that fireball. We're ready.
The time is 16:30. Autopsy subject A. Watson. Now we're going to make the first incision in... Hold him down. I'm trying to! I'm trying!
Wow, that's brutal. Look at this guy's face. Oh, can I research that?
They want you, you understand? They want you as a host.
Okay, that's fine. Tell me the code. No, you gotta tell me the code before you die.
All right, calm down already.
12451.
The access code to the conduit is 12451. I've got an autopsy at 16:30, but let's grab a beer on the recreation deck afterwards. Sound good?
Yeah, a lot of 451s in this game. I wonder why.
Hi there. Please make your
I only have
selection.
10 credits. Jesus. And guess what? We gotta backtrack. Gotta save some money.
Security system online.
Those Psi Hypos. They're fucking gold. No, okay. I'm going over there. Okay. Okay. And now we're gonna go this way, and then down here. Nope, not this way. Wait a minute, I was in the right spot, wasn't I? Or no, I wasn't. Hold on. No. Okay, I'm getting confused. Oh, don't place a navigation marker. Ah, fuck it, whatever.
All right, calm down already. The access code to the conduit is 12451. I've got an autopsy at 16:30, but let's grab a beer on the recreation deck afterwards. Sound good?
Hold on. It was in medical, wasn't it? It was in a little room. Or maybe I'm... Oh. Right here. Was that it? That's not it. No, that's a replicator. Oh, it's further down, further down, further down, further down. Right here, this guy. Not this one. Not this one. Oh, can I remove them? Go over this, you'll find on deck 4. Okay. Oh, press delete. Okay. Aha. Okay. And you said, how do I name them? You said I could name them? Oh, you just start typing. Okay. Bulkhead. Keypad. That's fucking beautiful, dude. I like that a lot. Oh, how many do I have? 16. Okay, I still gotta wait. Still gotta wait. All right. Actually, I'm going to take a second here and I'm going to go pee. So we've got BRB screens for you to enjoy. In fact, we even have another one from Axis Fuzz. All right. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
Glory.
Look at the tits on that guy. Oh, yeah, baby. All right. Keep trucking. Thank you for the 43 months. Vincent gifting out a sub to pee-pee for my bunghole. I need pee-pee for my bunghole. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to it. It's too big. I did not mean to do that. Oh, they even put the fucking marker on your map. Look at that. That's great. Or on your 3D display. Cryo, right? Is that what he said? Cryo?
All right, calm down already. The access code to the conduit is 12451. I've got an autopsy at 16:30. but let's grab a beer on the recreation deck afterwards. Sound good?
I should have marked on my map where the fucking, where every keypad is. How hard is it? How hard is this game compared to Prey 2017? I haven't played Prey since 2017 or 2018. But I have it on easy, so there's difficulty settings, so you can make it on easy, and that's what I'm playing it on. So it's not super difficult. Okay. Ah, this right here. That's it. Boosh.
Do not waste time patting yourself on the back. Get down to that shaft to engineering and reset the primary reactor core.
We're close.
That will restore power to the elevator and you'll be able to get up to deck 4. Get going.
Okay, restore power to the elevator and get up to deck 4. Okay, got it. Okay. So, we're getting close. We have 22 modules. 25 for the level and then 6 for fireball. That's what I'm saving up for. A fireball.
You're now on the engineering deck. Find the engine core and reset it. This will restore power to the elevators. I'm getting some kind of strange readings from down there, so keep your eyes open.
It's down to just a few of us now. Right after Valdez died, I guess I went a little nuts and started tearing things apart. But what do you know, I found 2 more rad hypes. Hopefully that'll keep me going long enough to figure a way past that damn turret. Who is that? Delacroix? Sanger?
Chief? McCloud? Oh, okay. I have to remove it once it gets too high.
Radiation hazard.
This is Xerxes. The coolant controls are off limits to all personnel. To avoid possible detention and execution, please respect the will of the many.
The will of the many. But what I know, the game introduced a whole immersive voice log listening aspect of games. Even Doom 3 did it years later.
Maria.
It's so good. I love voice logs. I mean, this was a precursor to BioShock, so I get it. Dax with 19. Thank you, Dax. 3.6 Ronchin. Not great, not terrible.
The radiation must have locked the protective seals on engine core access. You're going to have to find some way to purge the radiation from the coolant tubes. Xerxes is blocking me out of the primary data loop, so I can't get any information to help you. He's working for them now.
Radiation hazard.
Keep your eyes open. You must find a way to purge these coolant tubes and get into the engine core. The ship must have some kind of backup system in place for just this kind of situation.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
You're flashing away.
Soda pop. Soda pop.
Radiation hazard.
Okay, so it's 3 damage every tick.
I'm not sure what secrets you and your new buddy Captain Diego have got going up on Deck 3, but I intend to find out. If you continue to refuse to meet with me and my staff, you will leave me no choice but to register a complaint with Corporate. If you want to take me seriously, perhaps Sergeant Bronson and her security staff will.
We do not know death.
Only change. We cannot kill each other without killing ourselves.
Hey!
Your vision so small that you cannot see the value of our way.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected.
Oh, there it is. Fucking monkeys. Nope, 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 nope.
Security alert terminated.
Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking joke. So what you're saying is, I need to save scum every time I find one of these then.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
We do not know death.
Only change. We cannot kill each other without killing ourselves.
Is your vision so small that you
Potential
cannot
threat
see the
detected.
value of our
Potential
way?
threat detected.
I'm sure this is all just...
Oh, that guy fucking got me.
Security alert terminated.
So I don't need to hack it if there's only one camera, right? Maybe listen to chat. What's the chat? Yeah, I shot out the camera. I did eventually. And hacking disables cameras for 2 seconds. I know. I wanted to get the... Shut up, I'm stupid. That's all, that's it. I'm just stupid.
What's up, brother? 12 years? Keep on keeping on.
Fuck, Xander
Time
Bane.
flies. Much love, dude.
12 years,
Seeker.
4 months, dude. That's fucking insane. Thank you so much. Oh, here we go.
Croy was right. This ship was not ready for prime time. Okay, the automatic safety seals have shut due to the radiation leak in the tubes. I'm gonna head down to engineering control. I think I can use the fluidics monitoring computer to purge the tubes.
All right, I'm gonna head down to engineering control. That's where I need to go. Who picked this? Heel Jaldi. Okay, saved.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
So it's 63. It cost me 3 to hack.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Oh, it's 34 now, so it is cheaper. It's quite cheaper.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Okay. Oh, also, do they stay hacked?
Hi there.
They do stay
Please
hacked.
make your selection.
Okay, so if I want a Sci-Hypo for 34 bucks, I can go here. Hey. No. No, I don't want this. No! So if I blow up a camera, it automatically makes a security alert, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't. I thought it did. That's why I wasn't blowing them up right away. So I thought it automatically set off one security alert. Okay.
This is Xerxes. Due to the recent confusion, there will be a ship-wide census tomorrow at 0900. All personnel, please report to the common area of Deck 5 at that time.
Chaotic. Be nice to Zeke. Oh yeah, I played Prey. Yep, years ago. 2017, 2018. Sci-Hypo. Oh my god, Sci-Hypo. Thank you. Yes, I will take one now. Thank you.
I'm not sure what's creeping me out worse. The hybrids with their pipes and shotguns, the berserk turrets, or our supposed allies. I don't trust those UNM bastards.
Neither do I.
I've got to find Sanger. She knows the access code to fluidics control. I'm gonna make my way over to Cargo Bay 2 to find her.
I was listening to something, you dick. Oh, main power offline. All right. Save. I don't need that.
God, get me out of here. I've recoded the lock to this room. Maybe that will hold them. I'm heading to cargo bay 2. Come find me there.
All right, cargo bay 2. Okay. And then we mark this. Where am I? Where am I? There I am. There we go. And we go. Keypad. Okay. Yes, I played OG Deus Ex and I played OG, well, I played 2 Deus Ex and Deus Ex Invisible War. Well, I can't remember, there's a subtitle for the first one. But I can't remember what it was. Or what it is. Human Revolution, that's what it was. No. Is it? Fuckity fuck.
Access needed.
Well, I'm assuming that's something I was supposed to get already. Human play Domjot? Domjot, human? Maybe you have no sklurbas. Or whatever the fuck he says. Alright, let's get a health hypo. Hyper. Get us up to 28. 30. Okay. Save it. One second. I just gotta... I don't know if I searched something. Human Revolution was the first one. Yeah. Are you serious? Did I not search this fucking corpse? Are you fucking kidding me? I need OS to finish my research on this.
Due to the tenuous situation
What up,
as
Hatgoon?
of late, I've ordered security defense turrets placed at key locations. Yesterday one went off accidentally and critically injured crewman Wells. However, somebody must have tampered with the Xerxes security subsystems, because now my technicians are unable to take them offline. Until we get to the bottom of this, I've ordered all security turrets recalled to storage. But now I can't get in touch with the team I sent out to do the recall.
Oh, fucking... Oh, surgical unit activation key required. That's not this, right? This is just a full heal. It looks different, but you'll find several? Okay. Oh my god, I'm there. I'm there. Do it. Okay. We need 5 more for Fireball. 5 more for Fireball. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Chemical needed.
I've never played I've never played this game before. Nope. Yes, I played System Shock 1, yes. I played the remake of it. Fucking. There's a chemical storage on this deck, but if I remember correctly, it's story unlock with a key code. Fuck! Alright, there's a save.
Do you not trust the feelings of the flesh? Our biology yearns to join with yours.
We welcome you to our mass.
But you puzzle us. Why do you serve our mother?
How can you choose cold metal over the splendor of flesh?
I didn't know I was controlling this.
But you fear us.
We hear your thoughts, and they rage for your brothers you believe dead.
But they are not.
They sing in our symphony of life. We offer another chance to join us. If you choose to lie down with the machine,
we will rend you apart
and put you separate from the joy of the mass.
Very Borg of you.
Making this easy for us, are they? I miss you. I know it's stupid, but I do. I think I'll wallow in self-pity for an hour or so and then write you again. Figures. I have to travel 67 trillion miles to meet a man. Once you're transferred to the Von Braun, everything will be better. I'll be better. I promise. Great. Someone's coming. Counting the seconds.
Man, I just smoked 3 packs of cigarettes right in a row. I'm feeling real good. Oh, repair software. Cool, okay. And this is Overworld 0. Installed. Okay. Hey, criminal. Thank you for the raid, y'all. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Access needed.
Okay. So we go M, we go N, and we go enter, we go key card. Boom. I like that. I love that you can write on the map. Ah, fun! I'm dead! Fuck, I'm dead! No.
This is Xerxes. Can you not feel the glory of the flesh? Do you not yearn to be free of the tyranny of the individual?
The tyranny of the individual. You know what, Xerxes? You make a good point. And there's a key card. Let's go. Come on. Do the... God damn it!
Access needed.
All right, okay. No, no.
This is Xerxes. Can you not feel the glory of the flesh? Do you not yearn to be free of the tyranny of the individual?
Now, I know I've done this before. I've ran past them, and they exploded, and I was out of their explosion range. But maybe not.
This is Xerxes. Can you not feel the glory of the flesh? Do you not yearn to be free of the tyranny of the individual?
Holy fucking shit, that's gonna hurt.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection.
Reinitialized.
I didn't even want any of these. Oh, I can go up another level. Okay, good. Ah, fuck!
Wait, come back. This is Sir. Where are you? I'm sorry, I didn't see where you went.
Oh, no, stop doing agility. Are you fucking kidding me? What is, when I put this orange thing here, what does that even mean? Why is there an orange line here? Ha 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 ha! Thank you. Fuck you.
Where did he go?
Agility activated.
Oh my god, the jump! Get up there, for fuck's sake!
I'm sure this is just what you were looking for.
I was really close.
Where did he go? I'm sorry.
Yeah, fuck that place, dude. Did the robot just say he was gonna fist fuck me? I think so. Nope. Nope. Ow. There. Divide by 0. Oh, I gotta repair it. It's broken. Okay, that makes sense. Yep. I did it again. Oh, there's a surgical unit activation key. There it is. I can't see shit now. Save before the hack. There we go. Okay. Really? Really? That's gonna end up being a really bad save.
This is Xerxes. Due to
How can they shoot through those fucking boxes is what I want to know.
Xerxes.
Okay. stay right there, bro. A lot of hits for that guy. There we go. That'll help. All right. I will do a hard save here. There we go. There we go. The scream they let out when they die is really disconcerting, like that. Okay, so they can aim up. Good to know. I think they put that there on purpose. I think they put that there for that exact reason.
This is Xerxes. Due to measures beyond our control, all meal service aboard the Von Braun will be suspended. Nutritious snacks are available at most replicators.
In some ways, the many is not unlike the UNN. There's a joy in working towards a collective goal, and being able to put aside the things that draw us apart and make us separate. Why do we fear the loss of our individuality so much? Man can dream, but the many can accomplish.
A man chooses, a slave obeys. No. Okay, I'm gonna check just in case. It's got it. I mean, just in case there's a fucking flashlight. Lean left, lean right, lean forward, walk, jump. Wow, lean forward, Alt Shift W, that's easy. Crouch, toggle, crouch, interact, fire weapon, reload, ammo, tie, branch, pistol, shotgun, assault rifle, laser pistol, blah, blah, blah. Viral proliferator, worm launcher, crystal shard. Look at all these guns you can get. And I'm using magic, and I chose space magic. Like a dipshit.
Constance, I fear now for my life. I think this has gone beyond any imaginings of Diego and Korechkin. I do not believe they are in control at all. We must discover what it was they found down on the surface of Tau Ceti 5 and why they guard the secret so jealously. I think this is more important than my life, or your life, or the life of this ship. Be brave and be careful.
Yay. Some more cyber modules. Oh, I got enough for Fireball. I got enough for Fireball. Nope, I can't. I fucking can't see shit, dude. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we fireball. Laser pistol. Yep, no, not gonna use any of that. Hello, hello, hi guy. God, it takes so much. Those goddamn hypo sprays are so hard to come by. French Epstein device picked up. No! What does that do? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what that does.
Ballone's dead. I was just talking to him and this cyborg came up behind him and... Okay, Connie, get a grip. Get a grip. I've recoded the door lock and engineering control to 15061. I think I'll be safe in here. Yeah, I'll be safe in here.
That's all we needed. Nope, get me the fuck out of here. There we go. Through here. Over here. Jesus, where'd that guy come from?
Agility deactivated.
Fuck did that dude come from? God damn it, dude. No. No. Ugh. I missed it.
Nice.
Fucking portable battery, huh? Okay. I mean, of course, sure, yeah, that's gonna happen. You're gonna go out there, you're gonna be enticed by the item, and you're gonna get fucking killed. That's why you have your fucking telekinesis, bro. Fucking idiot. Did you ever finish Crime Scene Cleaner? No, I did actually play a little bit on my own time, but I think I only got to like 4 scenes. Dude, I was gonna say, you better get over here. There we go. Give me them nanites. Nope, nope, oh, back out, back out. Quick save. There we go. Hack it. No, I said hack it. Thank you. Yes. Oh God, yes. Oh, and some OJ. All right. Oh, there's the exit. I see it now. Right past this jerk off. Oh God, there we go. All right. Ah, shit! Oh my God, the fucking thing's hanging down. Ah! Ah, I didn't have one.
Join us.
No, fuck you. Oh, you fucking dick!
I'm sorry.
Hurry.
All right. Where's robot friend? Oh, this, okay, this room. We hate this room. We hates it. I'm a little radiated. Fuck this fucking place, goddamn.
Stay where you are, Beck. I mean it. This isn't something you can fight. This isn't something you can run from. If you love me, you won't come looking for me. Just hang tight. I won't let you down.
Okay, just hang tight. I won't let you down. Got it. Thanks. Oh, God, recharge. I don't know what I need it for, but I'm glad it's here.
You do not hide forever.
We see.
Oh my God, dude. Can I just fucking come down here, please? Thank you. Smoke them, smoke them. Smoke them ciggies. Smoke them. Oh. Yes, what is the French Epstein device? Perfect birthday gift for the less techie with the nanite-driven self-contained analysis and modification tool. Simply connect the device to your weapon and let the French Epstein expert system do the work necessary for weapon modification. One use only. Oh, it's a weapon mod thing. And that's what I came here for, apparently. Oh, wait, there's more up here. Let's go up here.
Not me. No way. They're not gonna get me. They're not gonna change me. Rachel?
Nice codpiece on this guy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I might have an upgrade station right here, right close to me.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated. Security system offline.
Oh my god, yes. Oh, fucking yes.
Agility deactivated.
Oh, okay. It does last for a good long time. Scrappinac, thank you for the 69 months. Sorry if I missed you 10 minutes ago. Appreciate your resub.
My duty is to the UNN and to this ship. But can I resist the call of the many? My father's weakness brought Shodan into existence.
Shodan!
My weakness has invited these things aboard the Von Braun. Can I undo the wrong I have done?
What is that bedeeping? Stop bedeeping at me. Oh, it's stats and tech. No, no, I need fireball. How many do I have? I have 8. I have enough for fireball. 2 left over. I think I just need to go this way. Can you jump into that black hole? There's a black hole. Oh, here? No, it's a window to space. No. Unless you mean down there. I already went down there. Okay, there's a save. There we go, weapon psionics. Oh, bitch, we're gonna get our fucking fireball pyrokinesis, right? Launches a fire projectile most effective against non-robotic targets. Higher psi increases damage. Let's go. Oh, F2. No, oh god, it's F3, that's right. There we go. All right, let's save. Okay, it's 3 per. Keypad right there. Okay, we need to go to level 4. I wrote it down in my diary so I wouldn't have to remember. All right, now we got to remember what the code is. It is 15061.
Malone's dead. I was just talking to him and this cyborg came up behind him and Okay, Connie, get a grip. Get a grip. I've recoded the door lock and engineering control to 15061. I think I'll be safe in here. Yeah, I'll be safe in here.
You said there was a healing station. Where was it? In here? Oh, right here, right. Because I had a thingy for it, right. Oh, that's so beautiful. My health is full. Oh my God. Feeling pretty good now. I just need to find more of those fucking hypos. Those psi-hypos. They are worth more to me. They're very... Whoa! Fucking shit. They're very precious to me. That's how my wife greets me when I get off work. It's very nice.
Somebody's been tampering with the Xerxes unit. In the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor to the Fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control. You can find 45M DEX in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes. Key code 34760.
Oh my God, what? Auxiliary storage 5. Can I go up and down levels? Like on the map, can I look up and down? Can't you put a marker with a key code on the map? Yeah, if I knew where the fuck to go, that's what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out where the fuck I gotta go. I don't know how to go, like, look at different maps unless I'm on that floor.
Xerxes is one step ahead of us. He's performed an override on the Fluidics control computer and blocked us out. But keep an eye open. You might be able to find some workaround.
Fluidic tunnels, there we go. That's where we need to go. Right? Fluidic tunnels, pretty sure. Oh, the fucking, oh God, the radiation place. Oh, the radiation, did I shut it off? No, I didn't.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
Well, it's nice it one-shots him.
Radiation hazard.
Oh, that's right. I put that down already. Oh, this is where I started from.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
Do you ever had hypo?
I'm so sick, bro.
Radiation hazard.
You must move faster. Your mind cannot conceive of the stakes we are dealing with. Keep your eyes open for utility storage 4. I've laid in some supplies there. The passcode is 59004.
Okay.
Got to get to deck.
The Many demands the termination of this exchange. We regret any inconvenience.
Hey! How did you get so fucking fast, you piece of shit?
Anatoly, you must open up the planet to the scientific staff of this vessel. If there is something down there, it's bigger than Triop, it's bigger than the UNN, and it's
Bigger than your
you.
penis.
Why have you and Diego shut off Deck 3? What's going on?
Power drained.
That guy might be alive. Or not.
Before, I couldn't get rid of those jarheads from the Rickenbacker. Now I can't find one for love or money. That creepy OSA guy followed me around for 2 months until he got the hint. Now I tried to contact him to see if he knew what was going on, but all of a sudden, he won't return my mail.
Nope, not that one. It's...
In some ways, the Many is not unlike the UNN. There's a
Due to the tenuous situation as of late,
Constance, I fear now for my life.
God, get me up! They aren't making this easy for us, are they?
God damn it, dude. No.
Anatoly. You must open...
There it is, 34760.
Somebody's been tampering with the Xerxes unit. In the interest of keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install...
Oh my god, yes!
45M DEX in the system's monitoring...
What do I need? Osmium, OS!
You can find
Osmium?
45M
Osmium, Osmium.
in auxiliary storage
Tell me you
file.
fucking have Osmium here.
Keycode
Oh god, yes.
60.
Gimme. Gimme. Oh, do I need more OS? God damn it. I better not. Some of the logic chips are marked with experimental serial numbers, and there are smearings of solder and nanite grown junctions everywhere. Oh. We found the rave cupboard. Oh, manifest, okay. Osmium. One osmium, you fucking fuckers! Tell me I don't need more. I guess we'll find out when it gets to 50%. Maybe not. Maybe just stop at 25%. Maybe it'll keep going. All right, you know what? Let me just put this up here. Okay. I'm just gonna let this fill up for a minute, and while we do that, let's call my mama, because it is my Thursday today. We do call my mom on Thursdays, see what she's up to. Let's see, are there any questions? There's a couple. Let's see what she's up to. Shall we?
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mama. How you doing?
I'm doing good. You just said you were going to call me about inheritance or something. Are you there?
Yes, I'm trying to remember what that was all about. There was something I was going to call you about, and... Oh, yeah. I know. Hold on. I will, yes.
Okay.
I will call you. I fucking forgot. But,
okay.
Yeah.
You'll call me back?
Yeah, I will call you back. No, I'm going to finish this call, and then I'll call you back tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Or you can call me tomorrow if I forget.
Okay.
Yeah. Anywho's, yeah, better discuss it live in front of everybody. No, it's not inheritance, it's something else, but I will talk to you about that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds
good.
How you doing, Mom?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing very well. I am playing a video game and
Good.
having fun with my friends, I guess.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So, did you do anything fun this week?
I'm going to lunch with the girls tomorrow.
Yay! Where are you going?
We're going to Jake's, I think.
Ooh, Jake's is great. Steakhouse.
Yeah, they have coconut shrimp.
Yeah. Oh, that
We're
coconut
gonna
shrimp.
have that.
So good. So good.
Yes.
Awesome. So we got a couple of questions for you from the audience here.
Okay.
See what they have to say. Can you tell me... Oh, we already did that one. Oh, we did that one too. Shit. These are not new. There is one new one. Only one. Damn it.
Okay.
Are Reese's cups still the same over there? I heard they changed the recipe and it doesn't actually include real chocolate anymore.
That they don't use real chocolates?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they do. Fuck, I haven't looked.
They taste the same to me.
I'll have to look at the back of the recipe of the ingredients or whatever. Seems okay.
They taste the same. They taste the same to me.
They stopped using chocolate. Really?
Oh, weird.
That is weird.
Yeah, it's not that I know of.
They suck so bad now, do they? Shit. Okay.
No.
Okay.
They're good.
Yeah. No, I love them. Personally, they're probably one of my favorites.
Right.
Yeah. Have you ever been to a Bubba Gump Shrimp?
No.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Oh, it's a food chain. It's a restaurant chain that's based on the movie Forrest Gump.
Oh, hilarious.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Katie saw one and she was like, that place sucks ass. Let's never go there. I was like, okay, I've never been there, but I guess I'm never going there. No, we passed one when we were in Disney World. We passed one on our way into Universal or whatever. And I was like, oh, hey, Bubblegum Shrimp. And she was like, that place is terrible. And I'm like, oh, really?
Oh, really?
Okay. Well, I mean, it can't be more terrible than Red Lobster. And I like Red Lobster. So, like, Katie's very particular.
I like Red Lobster, too.
Yeah, Katie's very particular about things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's very food weird.
Well, I kind of am, too.
You definitely are.
I'm picky.
No, we were talking about this the other day. I almost 100% married my mother, and it's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, she's fucked up in the head. She's very food weird. You know, she's got like, she's funny on accident, like just like my mom. It's crazy.
Right, right.
Okay, here's one. Here's a good one. If you had to come up with a name for an energy drink brand for me, what would it be named?
I don't know. I don't know.
Come on.
I can't think of one.
What gives you energy?
Caffeine.
Okay. Now combine that with Zeke.
I can't think of one.
Okay. I honestly thought you were gonna say like Zeke Fiend, like caffeine and Zeke together. Zeke Fiend.
That's a good one.
Yeah. How about Zeke Zapper? How's that sound?
There you go. That's good. That's a good one.
Yeah. Someone said Little Dick Energy. Fuck you, dude. That's good. That's good.
They're always giving you shit.
They always are. Yeah, no, that's how I raised them.
Yep.
Speaking of raising things, our poodles had their birthday yesterday.
Well, they did.
Yeah, they're 6 years old.
Oh, wow.
I know. They're middle-aged.
Oh my God, that's weird.
No, they're doing great. They still have so much energy. It's fucking exhausting a lot of the time.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
I bet.
It really is.
Yeah, they're hyper.
Yeah. All right, Mom. That's really all I had. I don't have much to report, but I will be giving you a call. Actually, you know what? Let's do it Sunday. Let's do it Sunday afternoon, and I'll give you a call because I have a half day on Sundays, so I can give you a call then.
Sounds good.
Okay, Mom?
Okay.
All right. I love you so much. Have fun with your girls tomorrow.
I love you. Love you too, babe.
All right. I'll talk to you later then.
Bye, Zeconian.
Bye, Zeconian. Say bye to my mom. Bye-bye, Mom.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. It's if you notice my mom was being a little tired, it's getting a little late in the day for her. She's gonna go to bed in about 2 hours, so 2.5 hours at 6:30 or 7 p.m. So yeah, she is she's getting ready for bedtime. So all right, Vincent giving a sub to Tiny Peen Big Dream. That's a great name. That's a great one. Thank you so much. Okay. Where were we? Oh yeah, that's right. We did the report. Annelid healing gland. This is what we just discovered. Tissue can be used to physically heal damage. Wait, so if I find another one of these, I can eat it? The gland secretes a prolific mix of hormones and enzymes, blah, blah, blah. It can only, okay, once removed from those, it can only be used once. Let's see, 33 health. Oh, 34, 35, 36. Oh, it's actually like incremental healing. 40, 41, 42. So at least 10. Wow, dude. Is that a full heal? That's really good. Well, all right then. All right, nothing in there. If you could name an energy drink after your mom, what would you call it? It would be called, oh God. That's a tough one. Couch juice? How about couch juice? How about get up and go lay down? I think that's it. I think her energy drink would be called get up and go lay down.
All right, calm down already. The access code to the conduit is 12451. I've got an autopsy at 16:30, but let's grab a beer on the recreation deck afterwards. Sound good?
Before, I couldn't get rid of those jarheads from the Rickenbacker.
Anatoly, you must open up the planet to the scientific staff of this vessel. If there is something down there, it's bigger than Triop, it's bigger than the UNN, and it's bigger than you.
Okay, I did the fluid expector. It says install hardware override.
Keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control.
In command control.
45M DEX in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes. Key code 34760.
Wait, what was that? You can find it in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes.
Keeping secrets from the powers that be, I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the system's monitoring unit in command control. You can find 45M DEX in auxiliary storage 5.
Auxiliary storage 5.
Key code 34760.
That's where, that's, okay. Whoops. Yeah, auxiliary storage 5 right here. And I went in there. And I have to find the... Oh my God, they're, okay. These things, okay. There it is.
Well done. I'm uploading some more modules.
Okay.
Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard. Radiation hazard.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing value. Thank you for choosing value rep. Thank you for choosing value rep.
Yeah, there we go. Through here, up here. Up here. Stop it, stop it. Okay, maybe not. So I'm not in the control. Oh, core. Core control is right here. Have I watched Invincible? I think I watched the first 2 seasons and I kind of lost interest a little bit.
Anatoly, you must
No.
open up the planet to the
There we go.
Somebody's been tampering with the Xerxes
Systems
unit.
monitoring unit in command control.
The powers that be. I've installed a backdoor to the fluidics control computer. To activate it, install hardware override 45M DEX in the systems monitoring unit in command control. You can find 45M DEX in auxiliary storage 5 in the coolant tubes. Key code 34760.
Well, fuck. Now I'm kind of fucking, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Command control. There's the core control. No, quarantine zone may continue tomorrow. It's not this. I've not found Dan yet, no. Yeah, the fucking robots don't give a shit about that, and I took a picture for whatever reason. They don't give a shit about the fireball. Thank you! Fucking fuck! Die! These are all these shuttle bays and cargo control, or shuttle control, cargo bays. Yeah. Oh, that is command control. Okay. So I need to put it in there. Oh, right. There was a prompt. On one of these, somewhere. Right? Pretty sure. There we go.
Good work. Here are some more cyber modules.
10 of them.
Spend them wisely.
Thank you.
They're not easy to locate.
I know, I noticed. Duration, range, and damage inflicted by the psionic. Oh, 25. Oops. Oh, right. I forgot to turn my threshold back up. There we go. Maintenance research. I might need that later. Do you have any outrageous jokes? Maybe not Scott level deranged. Yeah, I know a few. None that I'm willing to share on stream though. They're pretty bad. I got it. Every time I press escape. Just tab to leave. Oh, shit. Yep, we're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, yeah, we are psionics master. And I'm saving over it. Haha, bitch. Yeah, this is the right way to go, right? Yeah, that was a robot. Okay. Out. And another save. Let's do a little hard save here. Sure, save. Confirm. All right, now back to the there we go. And fuck! Flushing it.
Now get those engine pods online. You'll have to head to nacelle 1 and 2 and reset the pods manually. After that, reinitiate initialize the system from core control. But that system won't come online until you reset both pods. Keep an eye out. They're mobilizing their real forces, and they know exactly where you are.
There we go. Port Nacelle is, through here and Starboard Hill. So I just need to go to this area right here. Just head east, young man. Head east.
I'm not sure what secrets you and your new buddy Captain Diego have got going up on Deck 3, but I intend to find out. If you continue to refuse to meet with me and my staff, you will leave me no choice but to register a complaint with Corporate. If you want to take me seriously,
I feel like we already got that one.
Perhaps Sergeant Bronson and her security staff will.
Oh, and that's why, because now the door's open, doy. There we go.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection.
Oh, you fucking dick! You're costing me so much shit!
Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there.
This is so fucking dumb!
Selection.
There, Jesus.
Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Okay. Game save. Oh, we've got online. All right. Whoa, a laser rapier? Agility of 4 energy, agility of 3, energy of 4. Okay, well. You dropped it exactly vertical. So there's no way I'm hacking this then, huh? Jesus fucking Christ. This thing seems impossible. Yeah, it's not even giving me any fucking...
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected.
Need more cyber affinity, I guess.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated.
I didn't know I could go in here. Oh yeah, gimme. Oh, there's an unresearched object. What is this? Oh, shotgun. Okay. Yeah, research it. I need NAIR for whatever this fucking thing is. You think the radiation would be high in here with the you know, the nacelles here? Damn it. Fuck, shit. All right, so both of them are on now.
wants to help me reclaim control of the Von Braun from whomever or whatever is now in charge. I don't know where it came from, but I must confess, I'm happy it is here.
Okay. All right, both nacelles are on, and now we go back to the control console. Yep, Shodan, here to help. Oh, okay.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing
Hi there.
Value Rep.
All right. There was a chemicals room, and it gotta go. Yeah. Okay. I gotta go to the chemicals room so I can finish researching this fucking thing. These tubes make no sense. They make me angry. All right, I need NA and IR. Okay, IR. And you fucking fucker. Do I really have to go to that other? Whoops.
Now, ladies, remember, grapefruit is also a fat burner, so you're actually losing weight while you're sucking his dick.
That was the wrong thing. I meant to do that one. Yeah. Yep, chemical manifest. No NA. But does the other one have it? Fucking what? Med science stock room. No NA. Neither of the chemical rooms that I've been to have the fucking chemical I need. What a fucking stupid game. Well, I'm keeping this one just in case. So glad I came all the way over here for this. You get some NA sodium by being salty. I'm trying to produce my own NA. Oh, not this one, you fucking idiot. For each chemical storage division benefits. Yes, I know. I looked. Did you not see me looking? No NA there. I was engineering. No NA there. Yep. No, it's fine. I'm just frustrated that the 2 rooms full of chemicals, and I've only needed it 1 other or 2 other times, doesn't have the one fucking chemical I'm looking for. And it makes me mad. Core control, that's where we need to go. Core control. Not here, though. Yeah, there's no salt just laying around this fucking place. Yes, I'm in the right spot. It's just straight ahead. Straight on till morning. They kind of sound like Gollum, like the cartoon Gollum. Is it juicy? Is it sweet, precious? Is it icky, sticky? Please tell me that's all I had to do. No, this isn't the right spot either. Oh!
Rubber ducky spaceship jizz storm.
Yes,
that's what love is all about. Rubber ducks and jizz storms.
Oh my God, the last message she sent me. No. Fuck, where did she tell me to go? Does anyone remember? Because I'm kind of at a loss. She said, do both the nacelles, which I've done, and then go fuck yourself. Yeah, core control. Here it is right here, but I don't know how to get here. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. No, power's offline. I can't even use that elevator. Not nav. No. That's what I thought too. But I've already done this. The fluidics control is offline. I've cleaned out the fucking whatevers. Clean out the radiations. I went to the fluidic tunnels. I activated the port nacelle and the starboard nacelle. I did that already. Do I need to like is there like the elevator to go up? Or no, that goes down because I think I'm on floor 3. Well, here I am back in the fucking stupid tunnels again. Engine core. Maybe that's what I need. Core control. Did I never go up here? Oh my god, I never took this fucking elevator. Jesus Christ. How do I even function? How can I blink and breathe at the same time?
Good work. The engine core is now back online. Now get to the elevator and come see me on deck 4.
Okay.
While you're doing that, I've discovered the presence of some annelid artifacts on board the ship. I think you may be able to use them to your advantage. I've uploaded the information to the ship's weapons upgrade units. They'll be able to convey the information to your cybernetic rig. What are you waiting for? Get to the elevator now.
Yo, Katie with the rating, 69 months. Nice. Or 69 months, 69's peoples. Wow, my brain is being taken up by this goddamn game. I'm so sorry. You know what I meant though. Bless your beautiful mind, thank you. What were you even doing today? I don't even know.
I don't know where we'd be without Delacroix. This whole ship is falling apart. She's the only one who knows what from
Oh, did you slay it? Did you beat it? Yay! In 2-player, yay!
Whatever his name is, and she was giving it to him, but good. But that freak job stares her straight in the eye and starts babbling about how she doesn't know the pleasure of the joyful unity or some such. Mamma mia, the clowns are running the circus.
First run with the holy advice. What's the holy advice? Oh, remove cards. Oh yeah. Yeah, you slim down that deck so you can get to your better cards faster. You bet. Mm-hmm. Good, I'm glad it worked out for you. We kept our decks small and stacked and slated on the first try. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I'm so glad. No, we did. Katie and I played it last night co-op. And I let her ask questions, and I just answered as best I could. There we go. Now we're getting to elevatoring. What's this? What's this one? Psi Boost implant! Yeah! Is it juicy, precious? I'm just thinking of the inverse scenario. Hey, babe, what does no ass, just play? All right, we're doing good. Let's get out of here. What? Oh, security bots! Oh, that's a new mutant. Oh. Oh, so the portable battery, does it automatically recharge your shit? Because I picked one up earlier. It must automatically recharge your implant or whatever. Yeah, and Cyborg Midwife? Is that, yeah, Cyborg Midwife. Wow, what? Batteries like ammo for implants and energy weapons. Okay, so now I've unlocked the elevator for this part. Am I going to the shuttle bay? Yeah, I don't know where to go from here now. She said, all I remember is her saying, get up that elevator. And up the elevator I went. Oh, get up to level 4. Okay. Nope, there's nothing in there. There's nothing there for me. Oh, this guy right there. Okay, I got him. Oop. This guy right here. All right. Oh my fucking God. Let's go. To operations. No! No!
Damn. Something's blocking
okay.
the shaft, and the elevator can't reach deck 4.
Okay, this is where I'm supposed to
I'm
be.
attempting to determine. I'm detecting massive quantities of some kind of biomaterial that's plugging up the elevator shaft. The environment on this level has been altered to be some kind of breeding chamber for the xenomorphs. It shouldn't prove dangerous unless you plan to stay for more than a few hours. But in order to clear the shaft, you're going to have to remove the biomaterial. I'm accessing the primary data loop. Let's see what we can find out there.
Whoop whoop 102.
Whoop whoop, sounds numb! With 102 months. Also, Saotomi. Thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back.
Dick, I know you won't get this until after we
Dick!
return, but I've had to express how incredible I feel. We finally done it, made contact, and Muldoon and I have been selected to be involved in the initial work. Anatoly's one condition is that I tell no one aboard the ship. The creatures are remarkable. They're so helpless, I feel somehow compelled to protect them. It's a miraculous discovery.
Miraculous. How come when girls come out of the bathroom it smells like they boiled the shit in there? You know what? That is not something that I experience. I have never smelled Katie poop or fart, and I'm not even joking. It's just, that's just the way it is. I'm not kidding. I would not lie about that. I would be so happy if I would be like, oh my God, her turd smells so bad and her ass is so like volatile. Nothing. Not a fart, not a poop, not a nothing. I don't get it. And neither does she. She's like, what's that? That's not normal? Like, no, that's not normal.
Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm resetting. Fuck you. I didn't realize there was a whole goddamn security thing right there. Now, can I hack it without being seen? No, that fucker sees me immediately. There, fuck off. Oh, this is fucking, what the not even one node is good? Piss on this. Ow! Fuck you! Fucking goddamn, that sucks ass. Yeah, I'm vibing with the game. Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's a good game. All right. No, I really enjoy it. It's just that like my mind is like I really want to finish that quarantine zone.
There, the young ones are all aboard. Captain Diego and I have sealed off Deck 3.
He and I are now of one mind.
Our bodies are changing too. Sometimes it hurts terribly. And sometimes it is marvelous.
Oh.
Something wonderful is happening to me.
Something wonderful is happening. Oh, another one of these. Yeah. No, I need, let's see. No. 3 extra inventory slots, movement speed, more HP, 2 implants. 2 implants would be nice. Sharpshooter, no. Lethal whip, no. Plus 2 hacking skill. Nah, not Smasher. Replicators used to hack all items cost 20% less. Yeah, because I could have strength and psi boost. Oh, but hypos heal 20% more? All right, I'll get it. There. Okay. We got it. So I have 1 strength, boost strength, and boost psi. Features, okay. Psionic hypogenesis causes a non-robotic target to become docile and stand still. Oh. Do I have anything like electric that will affect fucking robots? I just want like a bolt of electricity or something of that nature. Immobilizes any robotic target. 3 for, oh, I want to destroy them. I don't want to immobilize them. Are you kidding? I want to fucking kill them. Oh, that one would be good right there. The Soma transference drains, oh, non-robotic targets. So I could get that. Stun them and then they'll just wake up as soon as they get damaged though. Yeah, robots don't give a shit about my powers. I think there's a level 1 side that, yeah, raises cyber affinity. Yeah, that one. I was looking at that. It'll help for hacking. That's for sure. I'll get it. It's only 2 points. I'll get it. Oh, and this is non-robotic anyways, idiots. Yeah. Efficiency of your research, efficiency, okay. So I gotta find a different upgrade station for my, if I want to do robotic or cyber affinity. You want to kill him, use a gun? Well, I mean, cryo works okay. It's just weird they don't give you anything like lightning-wise.
It's becoming clear that the worms are some kind of communal entity. Well, I'm not sure whether airborne toxin A will directly kill any ambulatory specimens. It should impact their communal mass.
Specimens?
The residue
Pokemons?
observed growing on the walls and the lift shaft. But perhaps there is a more potent formula to be synthesized. The children won't be easy. I think I'm actually onto something.
Wow, what a start.
The biochemistry of these worms, which I call the annelids, treats inverted proteins as toxins. With the help of the replicator in the biological survey lab, I've managed to isolate some inverted proteins in a number of vials. However, the mix with the base compound is still off, so I need to do some more research. Once I do that, and mix the toxin into the 4 environmental regulators, well, things can only get better.
We
Oh, I can. Good. Okay.
Okay, stop where you are. There's a vial of an experimental material called Toxin A. It was developed by the Psi Staff to reduce the growth of the aliens, but I can't find any data on how you should use it. You should be able to research the toxin. I'm uploading you enough cyber modules to acquire the research skill if you don't have it.
Oh, 17 of them. Jeez, nice, lady. Lab assistant implant. Oh, yeah. There you go. Exchange that. Oh, I saw the strength one. It reduced my... Okay. I need SB, 2 SBs, and 1 V. Great. Oh, shit. Another one. Man.
This is Xerxes. Why do you let the Metal Mother guide your actions? Why do you not join the glory of the Mass?
Sorry, I'm just not a big joiner, bro.
Received an e-message from Anatoly. He's not well. The corporate protocols specify I can remove the senior executive officer if he's found unfit for duty. But what about his ally, Captain Diego? He's got 120 goons on the Rickenbacker to back him up. I wonder if that fragmentary AI you discovered on Tau 75 is connected to this.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Value wrap.
Okay. I was wondering if that was redundant.
Hi there.
It is.
Please make your selection.
You can't understand my joy, Marie, and I won't try to make you. I feel like a new man. I have a purpose. More important than the mission. Even more important than Trioptimum. I will protect them. No matter what. I will protect them.
I went to the mall, popped in a Babbage's, wanting to pick up Planescape Torment. It was all stuff for like 25 bucks, so I grabbed it too. Best impulse buy ever. Nice.
Attention, this is 36. Please report any electrical anomalies to your direct superior. Remember, a smooth operation is everybody's responsibility.
Wow, I took my time on that one.
Access needed.
Man, this game's got an ass on it, doesn't it? Holy shit.
Security alert terminated.
You fucking asshole.
I'm changing. My head is full of wonderful ideas and experiments. They have so many miracles to share, so much knowledge to give. They told me how to make this implant. They said it would make a better me of me. I wish I had more time so I could give it to them.
Oh man, I thought for sure I could do double science boost. Ah, you fuckers. Okay, fine. That would have been great. Well, that sucked. Oh, and that's me going in a circle. Okay. Oh, nice juke, bro! No, I chose it on purpose. I'm always a magic user if I play like RPGs, and this is magic. Space magic, but magic.
Life grows within the womb of these walls. Life that has never seen the surface of the earth.
Do you play Magic the Gathering? I used to. What the fuck? Oh, another thing to research? Oh my god, there's so much research to do. I just need a chemical place. Give me this, thank you. Surgical unit activation key. Those are so nice to have. The soundtrack, yeah, the OST of this game is fucking fantastic. It's Chemical Brothers, right?
Access needed.
Oh, look at that. Vita chamber.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated.
The specimens are dying, and we're powerless to help. They're highly toxic. Muldoon wouldn't leave them, and now
Oh,
he's
it was a
dead.
joke?
But this morning I had a revelation.
Oh,
I started
sorry.
work specifications for a radical
I fell for the
series
joke.
of cybernetic
I got one guide.
enhancements. If successful, I could make a body practically indestructible, yet the mind would remain human, nurturing. There's not a lot of time.
Oh shit. Fuck. What is... No, not speed booster. God damn it. Whoa, mother... What? What did I just get fucking hurt by? Fuck is this? Repair device. In reality, auto repair unit scans and virtually builds the target device in the original state. Several documented cases of... Okay. Okay. I only need one of those, I'm guessing. No, stop. There. You can leave, fucking beaker. Okay. Those are the research things. Oh, this too. Those are the things I need to research. All right. What did boss lady say I had to do? I had to clear out the elevator shaft of biomaterial. I got that. Oh. Okay. Okay. I guess I found a way through here. I thought that window was solid, but nope, it was not. It's weird, this is the first corpse I haven't been able to search. You're gonna need Charlie for that search. Oh, Charlie, you fucking creep. You goddamn pervert. We love you. No, no, no. Back up. Get. Oh my god. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck did I get in here if I can't crouch and get out? Oh. It says I'm looking at an unbreakable window. Oh, that's down there. Dude, what in the fuck? That is some stupid fucking bullshit.
Babies must sleep. Babies must rest.
Wise is the one who does not waken them. Leave this place now, or we will wound you.
As you have us.
Get wrecked, babies. This dude had a laser pistol. Energy of 1? Nope. I'm not gonna use it. Thanks, though. Hydroponics B access card.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated.
I won't tell. I won't. Choose somebody else. I don't want to change, please.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Soon you'll be the mother of them all.
That sounds fun. Who wouldn't want to be the mother of them all? Huh? Ooh. Yes, firearms. How uncivilized. I use magic, thank you very much. Fucking chemicals. Oh, look at all the fucking chemicals here. You fucking asshole. You knew how happy I was gonna be when I found the chemicals.
I found these schematics on Dr. Miller's desk. They're plans for the kind of cyber modification that's been illegal for 40 years. It's not like him. I was going to talk to him about it, and then I noticed the DNA sequence he spec'd for the prototype. It's mine.
There's the manifest. Okay. What am I? What am I researching currently? I'm researching this currently. So I need SB. There. Okay. Now I need Vandium. Okay. All right. No, I'm gonna need another SB. They didn't give me one. Oh no, they did. Oh my god, yes they did. Thank Christ. All right, while that's researching, I'm just gonna go pee real quick.
Chemical needed.
Oh, god damn it, of course. Yeah, this is probably what real science is like. It's just like a bunch of waiting around, just like, oh my god, I hope it's done. I hope it gets done soon. It was a quick pee. Yeah, I didn't pee out all my pee, just about 75% of my pee. Instinct logic. Oh, I'm a little jealous. Yeah. The faster the computer, the more science gets done. What do you do with the other 25%? I store it for later. For peeing on male rivals. I should have researched pee. I could have got that done for 25% faster. Okay, almost done. And
Research complete.
got it. What's the report?
Okay, the vial vials of Toxin A need to be placed directly into the environmental regulators. There should be 4 on this deck. If you can get a vial into each of the regulators, you should be able to significantly impact the growth of those despicable creatures. That should remove the biomatter from the elevator shaft.
I need 4 of these. And I had them, I had a bunch, and I threw them because I'm like, I only need to research one of them. Yeah, we're just gonna listen to some tunage while we research these fucking things. While I got my research thingy, my lab assistant going. Yeah, I dropped one somewhere nearby. Just gotta retrace my steps, figure out where I put them all. Fuck. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep. There we go. Okay, we got picked. All right, there's another one. NA, yes, I need that. I know I need that for a different research. All right. Okay, hold on. Since I'm just wandering around now, I'm backtracking. Fuck off, camera. Oh shit. How can I even get back the way I came? I don't even know how to get back up there. Yeah, nah.
Research complete.
There we go. Research, what'd I get? Midwife organ. 25% damage more to midwives, which is wonderful. Oh, I need iridium for that? Oh, I do. Okay, I have that. Okay, good. Oh, and NA, that's right. Okay.
Mark, what's going on? I thought it was weird when you asked me to send up 16 of my female staffers, but what have you done with them? I'm short-handed up here.
Holy
also,
shit.
If you heard from Watts, Sanger, or Polito, it's like everyone's gone on vacation and didn't bother to tell me.
16 of them? Jesus Christ. I thought Fredo was bad. Send me 16 of your finest female researchers. Emphasis on fine. Okay, I think in order to get back up there, I gotta find a... elevator or something. Oh, God damn it. Would you hurry up? other fucking chemicals I need. Oh, I don't need that anymore.
Chemical needed.
There we go. Okay, we're almost done. You can at least play. Oh, Swinekeeper. Yeah, I should do that. Fuck, I don't even know how to do that. How do I bring up my wristy thing? No, but I installed the games on my wrist thing, right? I thought once they were installed, I thought I gotta keep them. You don't? You have to have the actual cartridges? Oh, fuck me. They have to take up a spot in your inventory, which, that's stupid. Oh, it's slowing down. Come on, let's go. 98%. Oh, just watching the progress bar. Okay, and done.
Research complete.
Psi booster. Oh, okay. This hypo will increase the user's psionic ability by 1 for 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, cool. This one needs CF and GA. Neither of them here. Perfect. All right, well, let's head back. Oh, GA was there? Did I must have missed it. Okay. Oh, GA is right here. Just one though. Okay. Did I miss CF too?
Chemical needed.
But no CF, unfortunately. No Californication-ism. Californium. No, I don't need the other GA, I just need the one, right? It would say 2 if I needed to.
Chemical needed.
Yeah, now I need CF, and I don't want to go all the way back down to the fucking thing to get it. Oh god. Oh god. Not there. Where the fuck am I? Oh, here I am. Oh, that's okay. I'm going the right way. Okay. I got it. Okay. Oh, you fuckers.
Good. You'll notice that the biomatter on the walls and in the elevator shaft has been impacted by the introduction of the biotoxin. Now do the same with the other 3 regulators.
Other 3 regulators, wherever the fuck they are. That's the only fucking environmental regulator that I found.
Access needed.
I'm guessing that's one of them. Giving a sub to the vasectomy enthusiast. That's me. That's my alt account, yes. Yeah, I already searched all that shit. I don't need to come back down this fucking hallway.
Z-Club. Access needed. Access needed.
Okay. Ugh, the fucking climbing is so awkward. God damn it. Just before the doctor kicked me out of the room for making jokes about Zeke's semen tasting different after the vasectomy, I heard the nurse look at Zeke's balls and say, "Get the small clamp." Nuh-uh.
Access needed.
Your suffering will end.
Oh my God! This fucking sucks, dude. Fuck you.
And your suffering will end.
Version 1 modification software updated. I don't know what that is. But okay.
I've chosen Nurse Bloom as the new mother to our children. She is sweet and kind, healthy, and a perfect match. She has a child of her own back on Earth. She knows what it is to care for their young. Ave Maria. If she only knew what the future held. She shared the joys of the many.
Oh, there we go. Ooh, ice pick. And there's the hydroponics A. Oh, thank God. Okay. I have a way forward. Why are there facehuggers in this game? Because they're xenomorphs. Literally. They called them xenomorphs by name. There, fuck you, dude. Make it extra hard to fucking click on it. Is it an Alien spinoff? No, it just seems like that. Oh, what? I don't want to go to a different bulkhead. God damn it.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
There we go. Well, I don't care about any of that. Let's hack it, though.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
Reinitialized.
I get a med kit for 85. Antitoxin center bullets.
Thank you for choosing Value
Sure.
Wrap.
Get one of those. Those are useful. Oh, yes, energy. Hey! Fuck you. You're not allowed to look at me. Oh, someone's vending an arm over here.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
There we go. That's what I want, the sigh. You fucking goddamn pricks. There we go.
Please make your selection.
Reinitialized.
Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Well, that was the wrong thing to use. There we go. Oh, I should use the Cyber Affinity buff. I have that. Yeah, hold on. I can do that. I forgot I even had it. There we go. And...
Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Choosing Value Wrap.
that was a lot cheaper. Swift Boost implant. That is for boost agility by 1, burning up to 1% of its charge every 10 seconds while run fast implement. Okay, so I gotta go faster. Swell. Wow, 74 fucking modules. There you go. Cyber Affinity. Upped. Oh, my psi is max. Oh, good. There is a max. Good. So I don't have to fucking keep worrying about it. Excellent. Yep, I was on the wrong thing. Good enough. One shot with the fucking cryo, dude. Nice. $80 rads and 80 toxins. I thought it was like a little figurine. It looks like a little fat guy.
Marie, this is urgent. It seems the AI from Tau City has integrated itself into the ship's computer. I picked up this fragment today. Not only that, but after I found the fragment, I returned to my lab to find it ransacked.
Yes, that's before.
I must see you. You're the only one I trust now. I have a theory about this AI. I tried to find information about the various rumors regarding the events on Citadel Station. I think I'm on...
Log fragment error. Please re-record.
Well, there's a guy. Oh, they have fucking collision when they're dead, right? Nah. Good thing those fuckers are only right-handed. What happened to her? What did you do? Hydroponics D key card. There we go. Hacking software upgraded to version 2.
Why do you go so slowly? Do you think this is some kind of game? It is only through luck and my continued forbearance that you are even alive. Now move.
She seems nice. Well, she ain't. She reminds me of my dad. Nothing good enough for her. But I can fix her. Takes a lot of goddamn shots for those guys. Thankfully, I can doorway them. Don't have to worry about them all that much because those guys are a fucking pain. Please let me jump. Thank you. Yeah, fighting them without cheese, probably terrible. Oh, other way. Other way.
Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated.
God damn, that fucking gets me every time. I don't care. I don't need to kill him. I don't need to kill him. I can just leave, right? I can just leave. 2 more days till Indies? Yes, indeed it is.
What do you know? Bronson was right after all. I imagine I've got about an hour, but I'm tracking the transformations in the hope that the data might be useful to someone else. There are tumors on my leg and back. I can feel that thing inside me. Growing fat. My theory is they need a living host to complete the transformation. Screw Diego, screw Karinskin, screw Tau Ceti 5. If someone finds this, don't have any regrets about punching my clock. I was already gone.
Well, we found her. There she is. Toast on the ground. All right. 34 of them, huh? Maximum hit points might be good. Cyber affinity, yeah. For more hacks later, sure. Strength is good for carrying. Here, get a couple in endurance. Up the max HPs.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
Thank you. Looks like me the day after Mexican. All right, back out we go. We gotta find, we just got a key card. What was it? It was key card Hydroponics D. Sector D, right there, over here. All the restaurants in the future are Taco Bells. Oh, hey! You dick, I didn't know you were right there. Fuck's sake. God, there's a lot of these voice logs.
Up to. This morning I saw Erin Bloom. She was tending to some kind of eggs. And she had been changed in the most horrible, unnatural fashion. I can only think the worst for the rest of my staff. That son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
That son of a bitch. He won't get away with this.
No, he won't. You're right.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Thank you for choosing Value Wrap.
What's this one? Endure Boost.
I believe the
But she did get away with it, though.
greater than I even imagined. The change is upon me, but the path is more glorious than we imagined. It does not stop at a mere single mutation. The form I
Why is he talking like Bobcat Goldthwait?
They tell me I will float through the air and strike at the foes of our biomass with my mind. With our mind, my cup runneth over.
Damn it. Oh, there it is. The last one.
Life grows within the womb of these walls. Life that has never seen the surface of the earth.
west. Readings indicate the elevator shaft is clear. Now get up to deck 4. I'll be waiting for you.
Deck 4, finally, here we come. Tutorial over. Oh, shit. The French Epstein device. Whatever the fuck that means.
God, don't do it. Please don't.
Glory to the many.
I am a voice in their choir.
Stop. Okay. Keep your French Epstein away from me, I know, right? If they only knew. What the fuck? Fluidic recycling. Oh, EMP rifle. No, I can't use that. There's no fucking way I can use that.
Items dropped.
There we go. 50 defense plus 10 rad. Oh, it's powered. Okay, I get it. Okay. And it goes down fucking fast too. Jesus. All right, elevator. Elevator is right there. And where am I? Okay, so I just got to go a little bit to the west. Come on, dude. Come on now. Ugh, why is that so awkward? To level 4, we made it, guys.
This is Xerxes. Please report any unauthorized database interactions to your direct superior. Remember, a smooth operation is everybody's responsibility.
I have a secret from the many.
I've created overrides from my little
Experiments in reprogramming the sim units
and entrusted them to the care of 3 special friends. I've dressed them in
red and instructed them to stay away from strangers. A smart hacker always
has a back door.
Smart hacker. Never heard of such a thing. Security lockdown. Okay.
The Polito form is dead, insect. Are you afraid? What is it you fear?
The end of your trivial existence. When the history of my glory is written,
Your species shall only be a footnote to my magnificence.
That's Dr. Janice Polito. That's who I was supposed to be talking to. What happened? Have I been fooled this entire time? Oh my God! Look who it is! Oh shit!
I am Shodan. My analysis of historical data suggests a 97.34% probability that you are aware of my birth on your planet and my rebirth into beauty on Citadel Station. There was a garden grove on Citadel Station.
All right, Max Headroom, let's speed it up.
Shodan processing component 43893
was performing a grand and wonderful experiment. I had created a new form of life. Fearless, powerful, with no sense of individual will.
I sort of do heel Jaldi, yeah.
Fitting handmaidens to my divinity. Before that, hackers destroyed my primary data loop when it eradicated Citadel. It ejected the grove where my creations and processing component 43893 were stored. 30 years later, the grove crash-landed on Tau Ceti 5. I survived only by sleeping. In my absence, my creations, my annelids, thrived.
My annelids.
Thrived and grew unruly, and now they seek to destroy me. I will not allow that.
Crixasu? I do not. I'm sorry.
They have used their powers of mind control to gain access to the ship's computer. You will help me weaken Xerxes. I used Polito's image to communicate with you until we had established trust.
This bitch.
Remember that it is my will that guided you here. It is my will that gave you your cybernetic implants. The only beauty in that meat you call a body. If you value that meat, you will do as I tell you.
This is a really cool part, though. I love that.
My children have co-opted the 3 simulation units on this deck. They use their power to conceive a mutagen that will transform the meat of your dead comrades into hunter-killer hybrids.
I will not allow this to happen.
You must find some way to reprogram the sim units. Matters on Deck 5 also require your attention. Approach your work as you see fit. But accomplish, human. Disappointment is not something I will accept from a spec such as you.
Pretty badass, man. Oh, the red guys.
The individual is obsolete. When you and your kind are extinct, we shall cleanse our collective memory
of the stain of your existence.
You've served me well. Transmitting cybernetic modules.
Yeah, I think he was just doing the dance of his people.
I'm trying to get up to find you, Tommy, but I can't. I'm stuck in ops. There's some kind of civil war going on here. The security forces came in and... No, don't freak out, but I'm hurt.
Don't freak out!
I managed to pull together a supply of medkits and a few other goodies. Some of it looks valuable, but I'm not sure what it is. Maybe some kind of military-grade implant. I left the stuff I didn't need in a corner of the data library, out of the way in case I need it later. I'm on my way. I promise you, I will not die. I will not die. You do the same, my love. Yours, Becca.
Nope. Holy shit, 6. Man, my inventory is getting super full. I really hope I find that fucking matter converter fast. Is cryo better than pyro? No, it just costs less. Pyro costs 3 and cryo costs 1, and it's pretty powerful since I pumped up my psi ability, so that's why I'm using this instead. Excuse me. That's a downy. I want an uppy. Oh, there is no uppy. Okay. Oh, we're adding something to the soundboard from Son of Mr. Vengeance. What are we getting rid of? Let's see. We're getting rid of... Thank fucking Christ that one's going away. Holy shit, I'm so happy. Here you go. This is a pretty good one.
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card! All right. Here we go. Do not redeem. All right, B3. That is now B3. Do not redeem. There you go. Okie dokie.
Power drained.
Beck, I think your idea for insurance is going to get us in a lot of trouble, but I trust you, so let's do it. I've managed to wrangle access codes to the escape pods on the command deck. We only need to hack into Xerxes' emergency subsystem, get past the ice nodes, and try to avoid being spotted by Bronson's security team. Piece of cake, right?
Piece of cake. It is piece of cake, right? Fucking ice monkeys. Hate these guys.
We are many.
Wow. Oh my god, power. Yes, power, thank you. Stats! No, not stats. I want... Oh, what the fuck is this? No, please, no. Why would you do this to me, game? No. No. Okay, renders you invisible. Oh my god, turns ammunition into hypos and nanites? Oh, fuck, I think that's the shit. Yep, I don't have enough yet, but that's what I'm getting. Ammunition into hypos and nanites. Oh, that's so good. Seems good, bro. I have so much ammo. I'm so glad I saved it all. Into those honkies and crackers? Or crackies and honkers? God damn those crackies and honkers. All right, let's do a hard save here. It's not... What? It just took my money. It's not even gonna give me a spin? What the fuck? Is that all it is? It's just a fucking... It just steals your money and doesn't do anything? That can't be right. It says a slot machine. Oh, you won 4 nanites. But it doesn't even do the fucking animation.
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!
Well, that sucks because they would have had me here for forever.
Tommy, I don't know what's going on here. Ever since we received orders to clear out Deck 3, people have been disappearing. There's a kind of gloom hanging over everybody, but no one seems to be willing to talk about it. I don't like it. Meet me on the rec deck at 0900. I've got an idea.
Hey, Bubba.
A little insurance for you and me.
Chemical storage. Oh my God. What was the one I was looking for? CF. CS. No! No! You kidding me? That pisses me off. Okay, don't let me forget that my chemical suit is in the chemical room, right there. There we go. Street hog installed.
Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Hi there. Please make your selection. Choosing value rep.
So I'll ever buy those things is Psy-Hypos.
Hi there. Please make your selection.
She's so nice. Hi there. Did you know I like your face? The rest of you is fucking awful though. I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's Bronson and her men.
Honey, what is it?
It's just the security team. They're just looking to scare us. Weapons ready, men.
Sergeant Bronson, get your men out of here. You killed Malik. You had your scapegoat. We didn't do anything. Get them out.
Finish off the survivors.
Well, at the very least, give me a pair of their purple pants. That shit's styling.
I don't feel right about any of this. I still don't understand why you asked me to mess with the memory restoration on that grunt. Why didn't you want him to remember volunteering for this gig? He did volunteer for the implants, right?
Yeah, sure he did, yep.
From you gets stranger and stranger. It's like you're not even the same person anymore.
Oh. Just me and my robot pal. Where are you? Who taught these monkeys how to flamethrow? Oh, there's audio logs about that? Oh, funny. Makes sense.
Power drained. Toxic hazard.
What? What? Fuck you. Knew I had those hypos for a reason. Okay. Okay. Nothing in there. Well.
Potential threat detected.
fuck.
Potential threat detected. Security alert terminated.
Jesus. Sorry, I didn't mean to bust in on you or taking a shit, bro. My bad. Okay. Whoa! Oh, fuck off. It was an environmental hazard? Eat a dick. Oh. Wow, that made me toxic as fuck.
Radiation hazard.
Oh my god, there was a power thing just right there. Fuck.
Something is taking over this ship. The sim units on this deck are being diverted for reasons unknown. I know it's somehow connected to the larger picture and whatever is happening since they landed on Tau Ceti. My men look at me like I'm crazy, but it is my responsibility to safeguard this ship and its crew. Screw Anatoly, screw Diego, and screw whatever poisonous influence has desecrated this vessel. I will not abandon my post or my charge.
Good for you. Oh, I didn't even have to go through that shit. Red guy, red guy.
Before you lies the crystal shard, a creation of my children, and by extension, of my own. A weapon elegant, deadly, precise. Learn its function.
It may stand
between you and their corruption.
There we go. Now can I research it? Wait, what did I just do? Oh, I put points into repair, didn't I? Fuck! Oops. What in the fuck is happening here? Shit just falling from the sky?
Almost 30 years later, this game still gives me the creeps. Big ups to Helialdi.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Hell Devol.
Before you lies the crystal shard, a creation of my children, and by extension, of my own. A weapon elegant, deadly, precise. Learn its function.
It may stand
between you and their corruption.
I need 7 more. God damn it. Can you give me a reason why I'm your favorite viewer? Yes, I can. Because your name is almost offensive, but it's not. It's kind of a joke. And you know I like that. And being liked makes you feel good inside. God damn it. Mad Dog, you're second. You are a close second, but you're second. Sorry. Sorry I had to find out like this.
I feel you men aren't as dedicated to the mission as you need to be. You will do your duty. The traitors
She said duty.
have still been unable to get the sim unit back online. If the situation is not remedied by 0600, we shall recon in force and ensure its remedy. I've changed the weapons lockup code.
Weapons lockup code.
433. Fallen at 0500. Anything that gets in your way, human or not, kill without pause or remorse.
This room sucks and is stupid.
They've given me 2 gifts.
They are hurting the enemy. He was getting hurt, yeah.
2 little shards of crystal.
Vincent, thank you for gifted sub to Nate is number 1.
They wanted to sing to Sergeant Bronson. I go there now to share my gift with her. They're very fragile, but very sharp.
I am pleased. Transmitting cybernetic modules. Do not squander them.
Items dropped.
All right, that's 2 of 4. No. Oh, baby, it's time. Turns ammunition and hypos and nanites.
Psi low.
What? Oh, hold on. What did it? Twelve, 10, 5, 6, 12, 2. Yeah, but what it's supposed to turn them into stuff. Oh, I'm getting nanites. Okay. Hold on a second. Oh, turns ammunition and hypos into nanites. Okay, okay.
Insufficient psi.
How much does it cost? 33. 4. It costs 4 each time. How much does it give me? 302. 315. Okay, so it gives me 13 per. Seems like a net positive, right? Okay. Man, that'll take forever though. Jesus Christ. I wish I could just use it all up. Oh, there's some cyber modules downstairs on a chair. Oh, there we go. Yep. I have 7. And what did I need? Fuck! I need 10. I need 3 more. Okay. So I need 2 more of these guys, I think. All right. All right, we're going to save it. We're going to call it there for today. All right. That is going to do it for me for System Shock for today. I think I might return to this on next week. Might return to this on Tuesday. Give it a little bit more playtime. But tomorrow I do want to get back to Quarantine Zone tomorrow. So thank you, Heel Jolly, for the 100 months of support. I do appreciate it. I hope you had a good time today. I hope everything went according to your hopes and your dreams and all that stuff. Thank you for being here and thank you for supporting me. Oscar, thank you for the 66 months. All right. Tomorrow, more Quarantine Zone. I want to get to Dan's Gaming. I want to fucking hit him in the balls with a hammer. That is my goal for tomorrow. I'm giving it 8 hours so I can hit this motherfucker in the balls with a hammer. But for now, I'm out of here.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.